Oh, let's see. How y'all doing? Welcome to Creating Simple. My name is Jasmine, aka Sunfire. We doing something different, y'all. Okay. uh, Last time when we did book readings, we was learning about astrology. This time we're learning about being sacred. Okay. And there's certain chapters or verses or pages that Spirit wants me to read from you from this sacred woman's book. Okay, Leo. So, y'all ready? All right, power one. There's two powers, okay? But the overall energy for the whole reading is surrender procrastination. It says, now is a time to jump on a goal instead of putting it off. Taking action will attract a success, okay? Some of y'all are still completing the dark night of the soul and you're a soul. I just heard somebody tried to steal a soul. Okay. We don't know where it's going, but some of y'all are completing the dark night of the soul, okay? And y'all are climbing out of the dark pits of whatever's been holding you back, okay? And some of y'all are getting started on this journey, okay? And you've been procrastinating about getting the healing work done, okay? Some of y'all have already done this work, but you had some things to set you back, okay? And you've been procrastinating, so Spirit wants you to stop procrastinating and do the work, okay? All right, if you're choosing power 2, says you're going through an initiation and your role in leadership requires you to be grounded in who you are and your purpose. Some are learning the natural way of healing and your healing has begun, okay? So power 2, your healing has begun. Power 1, you're needing to release any shame. This is the time to release any shame that is holding you back. In these pages, you will hear stories that you may be able to relate to and begin your healing journeys, okay? All right, so that is your channel messages as to why we're in this book, okay? So, those of you who picked power 1, it's about shame, divine healer. Okay? And those of you who picked power 2 is about leadership, Holy Spirit. Okay? Those are your two powers. And again, your information is coming from the book by Queen of Four, Sacred Woman. If you ain't got this book, go get it in your collection. Okay? That is a must read. I'm hearing from Spirit. Okay? So power 1, we're going to get started. Let me take me a sip of tea. You got 3 pages, but it's a lot of reading in these 3 pages. Okay? So we got 3 pages for you, power 1, which is the shame. Divine healer. Okay? So we're going to get started. All right. If you have the book, the first page for you, Leo, is the ones that chose shame, is page 52. It says, from devastation to sweet inspiration. My conscious introduced to my womb. My conscious introduction to my womb came when I had my first period at age 13. I was totally unprepared for what was to come. The hour after my first issue of blood was the beginning of hell on earth for me. The throbbing, threshing pain in my womb was overwhelming. The throwing up, the cramping, the moaning, the rolling in my mama's bed for comfort went on and on. By nightfall, I had completely lost it. I just wanted to take out my womb. I cried out, and my mother gave me a painkiller that put my womb to sleep. I was numb and lifeless, but I was at least able to breathe, and the pain was gone temporarily. I just could not believe that I and every woman had been sentenced to such agony and would have to learn to live with this each month for 35 years or more. I have done anything, I would have done anything never to experience again what felt like war in my womb. I call I recall thinking to my young mind, in my young mind, I cannot wait until menopause when all of this pain will be over. Little did I know that I had changed my entire lifestyle in order to experience peace within my womb, to discover a womb with no pain, no cramping, no clotting, pulling, throbbing, or heavy bleeding for 7 or 8 days a month. What a mess. My personal prayers request was for a quiet womb that spoke peace. By the time I was 18 years old, I had stopped eating all flesh and had become a complete vegetarian. That's when I ceased passing clots of blood. At 23, after the birth of my first child, came the true beginning of my journey to womb wellness. I learned to pack mud over my pelvis. The healing properties of the mud steeped into my womb and pulled out my pain. I drank bush tea and red raspberry and dandelion. I placed my legs up against the wall at a 40-degree angle to send healing energy throughout my womb. By the birth of my second child, I had begun drinking green juice every day to strengthen my body's temple. And I also began to develop my inner sacrum. Continuing my journey of womb wellness, by the birth of my third child, I had begun to recite womb prayers for sweet inspiration. I thank the Creator for my renewed sacred attitude about my womb, my sacred seat. I am particularly grateful that though through trial and tribulations, I ultimately connected to the voice of my womb. Over the years of unfailing voices have become my divine protection and guide to a healthier, more vibrant life. Now, you may wonder, with all I was doing, why had I have 3 cesarean sections? What one? When I was writing this book, that was the last thing I wanted to talk about. I was not proud of it because I started on all this so late. When you've been living in a toxic manner for so long and you're trying to be natural, you can't really be as natural as you like, as quickly as you like, because your body hasn't caught up to where it should be. So my womb wasn't really ready just then. Also, at the time, my body and I were part of mainstream society. I went the route of the status quo from birth to age 18. But that was a blessing. I say every lesson is a blessing. And this one enabled me to go deeper and to begin to heal myself as the prelude of my initiation as a sacred woman. Excuse me. My experiences have made it possible for me to help so many other women not to have to go through what I went through. We all learn from our past, and we go from our past, and we learn that when we share our lessons with others, we can transform them into blessings. Stories from the Sacred Womb Circle. Maria. As I began my womb journal work, I realized that I never thought about my womb. I probably was in a state of avoidance from the time from the time my period started. I never had a conversation with my mother because my mother never had a conversation with me except for the fact that my period started on graduation day. Mother called me at school after the nurse called her and said, go to the bathroom and check. And I went. And it wasn't traumatic. Hold on. Lost my place. Hold on. And I went, and it wasn't traumatic. It wasn't huge, but it had happened. And when I came back, there was a box of Kleenex on my bed. Excuse me, a box of Kotex on my bed. My mother had anticipated this moment, but that was it. That experience informed my teenage years at a time when one just did not talk about these things very much, or people like my mother didn't talk about them very much. She didn't even know whatever it is you should know. How not to get pregnant. Nothing. So I was just sort of out there on my own. When that happens and you're a teenager, you're really vulnerable to a lot of things, especially not knowing how to handle relationships. Being someone who always read and loved words, I looked to magazines to fill in. Excuse me. Someone just touching my arm. Shit. Hold on. Okay. Archangel Metatron. Tickling. Okay. All right. Being someone who always read and loved words, I looked to magazines to fill in on what I didn't know. At 17, I was always reading those little Kotex ads. They always had questions and answers. That's about as much as I could find out. And of course, when you have relationships, knowing so little, you have some pretty traumatic experiences. Mine were not abusive, they were more self-abusive because I had to have an abortion. I remember traveling to New York from Philadelphia because New York was the only place that you could find someone to do an abortion. When I think back to the horror of that experience, I don't know why I'm still here. No one told me what to expect. No one ever said, okay, you go here and this happens. And then you go home. And then this is what happens after that, which is traumatic still throughout my life. And it's now, so 40 years later, I've had a very positive experience with myself and with trying to maintain varying degrees of wellness. Naturally, you get off the track. You're always going to do better. You're always not going to have the extra glass of wine and all of this. There are things I'd like to accomplish during my lifetime so I can pass on some wisdom to my daughters. Ironically, my daughters called me yesterday from Tennessee to tell me that she was having this terrible flow of her period. She was just having an awful time, and what should she do? And I said, hang in there. We'll get you some help. She was very scared. She said she hadn't had a period for 3 months. And I said, well, why didn't you say anything? She said, I was afraid to. So this will be useful to me and useful to my daughters and useful to my other daughters who was with me every day throughout this ordeal. So that's just a part of the story. Mothers learning and sharing their daughters in ways that our mothers could never share with us. All right. Kadisha. I almost felt kind of stupid about the fact that I was unconscious about my womb. I started my period when I was 13 and never had cramps or any problems. So I didn't know when it was coming. I didn't know what the cycle days were. Then when I remarried at 35, I wanted to have more children. And it didn't happen right away, so I immediately thought it must be me. I've never had any problems in the past. So then I went to a fertility workshop. And that's when I learned how many days were in my cycle. I found the whole thing so fascinating. It seems I have a clockwork cycle. I never knew that before. But it became fascinating to me to mark it on a calendar to know what days it was coming. I think of it as a upsetting thing that I haven't had a daughter, but it's probably a blessing because I think if I hadn't had this occurrence, I still wouldn't know. I've never investigated my womb or anything like that before, and so that's important. I'm a visual artist and I'm starting to see the situation of the womb and past memory coming up in my work. I've been writing about the womb and I've never done that before. One of the things I've said is that I am the womb. I am the continuum. I am the woman. I have within my body a memory that goes back thousands of years, and that's what I work with. Angela. I had been in Vermont praying that something healing would present itself to me. But I didn't expect an answer in 24 hours. Certainly not to be sitting here with all of you in this womb circle. In my body work and all my life, I've worked with women, and I've also been a hairdresser for 40 years. And I teach vegetarian cooking. However, in the last year, I've been diagnosed with fibroid tumors, which I am not the least bit worried about because I have too much faith that I can solve it. It's interesting that after being a vegetarian for 27 years that I should have a fibroid tumor. I haven't eaten flesh, but I have eaten wrong combinations of foods, and my menstrual state has been in trauma at different times. In Christine Norbert's book, Woman's Body, Woman's Wisdom, she took the problem that occurs within the uterus. She said one of the things that could cause this, that one of the things that could cause this was the poor relationship with woman's mothers. I did not have a good relationship with my mother, but by the time she died, I com- I had completed that karma, and it was wonderful. But I was left with unrealized creativity, unutilized, unrealized relationships, unrealized many things. I really started to look at things. I thought, my God, I've been asleep to my womb. I've been totally asleep. I thought I was so conscious that I could give you 20 minutes on anything to do with with Oriental, this and that and others. But where am I? I'm 54 years old. I got my period when I was 9. And I just looked between my legs for a few moments and said, these tight jeans must be cutting me. I had no idea what was going on. My mom was Caribbean, Puerto Rican, and very, very strict. God forbid I should have been told about anything that was going on in my body. I had 2 brothers. I was the only girl child, and I was the youngest. And from there on in, no one ever told me what I needed to know. I recall that my mother told my dad, go get your daughter some Kotex. She's becoming a woman. I'm this little fat kid, and I'm thinking, what am I? A woman now? What am I? A woman now? My only thought was, wow, now I can't kiss. I can't kiss. I wanted to kiss, but now I couldn't kiss anymore because, of course, I would become pregnant. Oh, shit. Hold on. I broke all New York records. I was a virgin until I was 30, until I was 25. I proved myself to my mother. But then I said to myself, let me get rid of this before it goes bad. I may have started late, but I made up for it. I was quite promiscuous for 10 years. All bad relationships, attracting all the wrong people because of my toxic condition. Finally, I heard a lecture that totally transformed my life. The speaker said that we absorb every man we've ever been with. That man wanted all the time because that men wanted all the time because they're cleansing themselves through us. We're the absorbers. We are the absorbers. So I'm walking around with everybody still in me. Then I got the opportunity to stop running around. I had a relationship that lasted 8 years, and I thought I was fine. That I'd found Mr. Perfect. That I thought I could become a shaman by injection. It doesn't work. But in the last 2 years, when I had no relationship, all of a sudden this part of my post state and talks to me. The voice of my womb. My womb talks. I've had visions. That's why I know this fibroid tumor in me is going away. I've had visions of of my cave being closed off by a temporary boulder. But my womb says no, 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 no. And that's it. As we say in our affirmation, my womb is healing and so is my life. Okay? Okay. They want me to give y'all the womb healing chant. I can feel my womb healing, healing me. Latita. When my sister mentioned this sacred woman circle, I was surprised and happy because I've been having a lot of womb problems. I'm definitely not close to my mother or to any of the women in my family, so I have no one to ask questions about past histories. I've always had regular periods, just until I was 20, and from then on, it went downhill. I would have them 1 month, then 6 months would pass, 3 months would pass, and I would bleed for 1 day or never. My husband and I had several miscarriages, and there came a point where nothing. I went to see several doctors, and they said, "Oh, you're fine." I had a couple of abrasions in my tubes, and they repaired them. And from then on, everything according to the doctors was fine. "There's nothing wrong with you," they kept saying. So a couple of months ago, probably about November, I came to this point in my life where I said, I am going to be fine, and I know that everything is going to fall into place. I know I'm going to have a child, and I know my period will be the way they're supposed to be, and everything in my life is going to work. Now I'm just at the point where I want to get my womb together, to let everything begin to unroll. I want to love my womb so everything that is possible happens. Betty. I've always managed to have a special relationship with my womb, and the things that I've liked about my period is the rhythmic system. I can't say that. It was in a good rhythm, okay? I can't say that word. That it would occur at a certain time. It gave me a chance to learn what happens in that interim, 28 to 30 days. There were certain feelings that would let me know, and I'd say, aha, I didn't need a calendar to know where I was in my cycle. I could tell by the way my body felt. And just before my period, if I started feeling real teary, I'd say, let me go get a book. Or, oh God, I need to go and talk with somebody who's going to stroke me or nurture me. And I say, but I can't be around so-and-so because that person's a bit abrasive. And I know I'll get my feelings hurt. Ultimately, I married a man who didn't have that kind of sensitivity. So I started to lose touch with some of that. It wasn't until shortly after my daughter was born that I realized I had really lost touch of my womb. I had to work to I had to work at getting it back. I didn't know if any of you have been on birth control pills. Birth control pills disconnect you from feeling your rhythm. They connected me from being able to tell where I was in my river. Before that, 14 days after my period, I'd be horny. I say, oh shit, I better make sure I have some kind of protection if I'm going to have sex because I'm vulnerable. I knew my I knew the cycle. Right after my period, there would be this wonderful time. It was like the sun was out and everything was so clear. Things that I just didn't understand before were now clear. I just loved it right after my period. Don't make decisions just because before your period because you can't sort things out. Your hormones have you going out different ways. But right after your period, there's all that light. It was a good time to study because I couldn't sleep. I'd be up the entire 24 hours. I learned to use those kinds of cues, and they were rhythmic. They were predictable, even to this day. Recently, though, developed a fibroid, and that's what made me realize I'd gotten out of touch. Then my fibroid went down. In my last examination, my gynecologist simply couldn't understand. Then I developed a walnut-sized lesion on my breast, and I had to go inside again and say, something has happened. Some need is not being met. That's when a friend of mine said, you need to go to that group I told you about. And that's how I got here. Excuse me. I think that where I'm at in my life, I think that where I'm at in my own life right now is that I'm about to be reproductive, not in a biblical sense, but in a spiritual sense. A giving, a birthing, so things are being to open up, and it requires me to get in touch not just with my uterus, but with my entire reproductive system. I'm happy to report that the lesions in my breast is now totally gone. In a visualization, I saw that it was my need for nurturing that my breast was calling for, and I needed to meet the need and honor that. And now it's gone. My doctors couldn't give me a theory, but I know how it came about. I started to go in and I started to write. I started to talk to myself and to different parts of myself to understand what those different parts were feeling. And a lot of stuff just started to come up for me. Then I started to do nurturing things that appealed to my sexuality and do nice things for myself. I went out and I bought a really beautiful blouse, and that made me feel great. I couldn't believe how good it felt since I usually shop for functions. That's what has began to happen as I deluge with my womb. I'm getting in touch with unfed parts of myself. It's a rich discovery, but it works. It takes a lot of time. Up front, I thought, where am I going to find the time? But when you need to, you find the time. It was the good beginning. And now I think, well, there's something here for me. And I just be open until I find it. Peace and blessings. All right. The Sacred Woman Circle Healing Rituals for the Womb of the World. It's painful to remember what the womb remembers. All the things that we've said or weren't said. As the weeks go on, you may find your journal filling up with issues and feelings that you've been holding down. But who you are is made up of every one of those experiences that may have been pent up inside until now. And now is when the pain is coming out. And now is when it needs to be felt, really felt. Yes, it's okay to cry because tears make you whole. There's a liberation to the spirit, a washing of the soul, a renewal. Whenever I hear the stories of sister queens share, I often cry inside. And I never quite share if they are, I'm never quite sure if they are my tears for my life or their tears, or a combined of wounds, tears all over the earth. One of the things that happening to this planet is that we're bleeding to death. The planet is dying, but we can restore it to wellness by keeping our womb circles together and being committed to our womb wisdom, a wisdom that can rebirth us all. Strong black women. How often have you heard that black women have been made strong because we need our strength to carry on? Well, don't be too quick to buy into that. Recently, they've done a lot of research on melanin and how it holds everything. It holds the good, bad, and indifferent. And the stronger your melanin, the more you will hold emotions, chemicals, toxins. When it's time to let go, other races with less melanin can release these things more easily, but our melanin holds on to that. When things come up in your journal or in exchange with your sister friends, you might tell yourself, I can share with my sisters and know I'll be safe. I'm not going to go through any of this, but you will feel it and feel it deeply. So I'm just going to say that I want you to rise as often as you're able while this is going on. Between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. That's when your intuitive energies are flowing most strongly. That's when our power is at its peak. And even our ancient Kemetic African legacy. That is when Nebhet appears, the Netaru, who deals with the mystery, that inner voice, that inner dream state where we're able to connect to the source that knows all things. I cry a river of tears that heals. One special and extraordinary powerful ceremony that our sacred circle carried out on behalf of the wounded women of the world was a healing ritual in which we went deeply into our pain and processed it on behalf of all women, much like Nitozake Natozaki Change. I'm saying it wrong. Chaperone. For colored girls who have considered suicide when the rainbow is enough. In this ritual, all the women in the sacred circle act as a chorus. Individual women tell each of the stories, but the entire chorus chant, I cry a river of tears that heal. You can use this basic idea and ask the woman in your circle to contribute their own special offering, praying for deep release and deep healing. I can feel a wound healing, healing me. I cry a river of tears that heal, for crying is good and tears are holy. Crying creates room for healing to take place. Crying clears our vision so that we can see the inner desires of our hearts. Crying releases and unites. Crying flushes out the unnatural and makes space for the mystical. Crying renews and restores and opens us up to all possibilities. Our souls are washed by our tears. Crying humbles us into the ways of the Creator. When we cry from our womb so deep, we honor and baptize her. Our womb is made whole again through the liberation of our tears. I cry a river that heals for Anat Ra, I may not say that right, whose mother and grandmother, like many women of color in Trinidad, West Indies, went to the hospital for what they were led to believe was a routine surgical appendectomy, only to have their wounds removed instead. Much time passed before they found out that they were the victims of stolen wombs, a deceitful tragedy performed by physicians that they had trusted with their lives. Neither will be the same. I can feel my womb healing, healing me. I cry a river of tears that heal for the dear young sister who could have been my daughter. She was sexually molested from the age of 7 by her father and her uncles, her father's brother. No one ever seemed to notice what tragedy had befallen this little girl. Give me a second. I can feel my womb healing, healing me, healing me. Pains of thy fathers, from the pains of thy uncles, from the pains of thy brothers. No one ever seemed to notice the tragedy had befallen this little girl. In the end, years of pain and grief had led her to contract cancer to the womb. She died at age 29 from a broken heart and a broken room. May her soul finally rest in peace. I cry a river of tears that heal for what is known as female genital mutilation, female castration, or female circumcision. All terms used to describe an African tradition of cutting away the clitoris when a young girl is approaching adulthood. In adding a female genital, in reading of female genital mutilation, I wept, for the clitoris is so sensitive, like a flower. So is that of the foreskin of the man's phallus. I touch with reverence. It can send you into ecstasy. But a slight blow to the clitoris can send shock waves of infinite discomfort throughout the body. Countless women have endured this clitorisation, where their legs were forcefully parted by the elder women who performed these procedures. This vaginal wound crime perpetuates a tradition that causes agonizing suffering. How can women hurt women so deeply? I can feel my womb healing me. I cry a river of tears that heal for the Negro slave woman, my great-great-grandmother, who was forced to part her thighs for the entrance of a pale pink penis to fulfill her owner's demonic request of force his way violent into her soft dark womb, leaving his part in me. I can't breathe. I'm still enraged 200 years later. I still hurt. I still bleed. I'm outraged, feeling fear and helplessness for all my great-great-grandmothers who passed their self-hate, lack of self-esteem, their acceptance of abuse, their internal war down through the bloodlines to me. My womb still pains at the thought of rape of all the women of my race. My grandmother's rape, I scream. My mother's rape, I shout. My auntie rape, my sister's rape, my daughter's rape, my rape, I cry out in pain. I can feel my womb healing me. I cry a river of tears that heal for all the wounds that could not bear the pains that life inflicts, the wounds that gave up and made their transition. The losses occurred because the keeper of the womb was ignorant in the ways of healing it herself. I cry because through the ages, mothers lost the wisdom and confidence that they knew how to heal their own and their daughters' wounds. I cry into the cups of tea, and my tears act as a tonic and release for my soul's ascension. When I think of women's stories of blood-filled pain and tears from my heart filled like vast waters of the Nile, I hear the unheard voices of these women's wounds, and I cry a river of tears. I cry a river of tears that heal for wounds that carried on after the put down, the beating, the rapes, the disrespect, the womb muggings all the causes of planetary chaos reflected in women's deliberate, debilitating womb conditions. I cried for wombs that cried on after a red flood of days and months of bleeding and the white discharge of the grip and the grip of the contractions. I cried for the merciful release of womb rebirth themselves. I cried a river of tears for the woman who carried on after the wars and wombs castrations, the womb scars of incest, oozing with pain, shame, and regret. I cried the womb that carried on after babies were born and after babies died inside of their wombs. I cried for wombs that carried on after radiation and laser attacks and eliminate the tumors filled with the mucus and waste of the hate, anger, and vexation of the spirit trapped in the womb, the holy nest. I cry river of tears that heal our man and woman, to wash away our womb's exhaustion. For although we keep on keeping on, we've had to hear so much through our wombs, it's a wonder we still standing. Holy Spirit, Odulamar, why it gotta be so hard being a woman? I am an African woman crying out my pain, screaming and retching rivers of tears from generations to generations. My tears boil up from the bowel of plantation slaves' life here in America and the beautiful. Here where institutionalized sex factories were brutally imposed upon a stolen people for generations. I cried for those wounds and damaged souls of my mothers who were forced to bear babies of rage and incest. They were wombs casualties in a 400-year war that damaged them down to their DNA. The wounds go on so deep within the womb of the woman folk of my tribe. Our wombs still choke and stammer, fight to flee. Mother, help me. I'm praying without ceasing for renewed wombs to bring in a future of bright, bring in a future so bright that they draw to themselves respect, gratitude, grace, and love. To women who go on suffering from womb crimes, I say, tighten up your loins and purify and fast and pray until you see the change in every corner of your life, until you see the light all about you. My tears honor those wombs that cried, that carried all of us, that carried on after womb annihilation and mutilation. Wombs that carried on even after self-inflicted and social to womb violations. Wombs that carried on with only one ovary left to fend for itself due to inner toxicity. I can feel my womb healing me. Power 1, page 81 if you have the book. All right. This part is about what's for dinner and what's for lunch. Okay? What to have for lunch and dinner. Lunchtime will consist of a large, delicious, and vital renewal salad. For dinner, you'll make another large salad, and you will add a grain to the salad, such as tabbouleh, couscous, bulgur wheat, unless you are allergic. These are wonderful because you don't cook them, so you have to live wheat. So you'll have live wheat. Okay? Those of you who dealing with this, okay, the Spirit is adding remedies, okay? This portion they're giving you is what they want you to start partaking for lunch and dinner, okay? Adding to your daily meals. To prepare wheat grain, first put 2 cups of the grain into a large bowl. This will last you for a few days. Next, pour 2 cups of water over the grains, cover the bowl, and let the grains soak for 7 minutes and up to 15 minutes in a cozer. For the coarser grains. Then taste a teaspoon of the grain and see if it's still hard. If it's not soft, then add a little more water. In 3 or 4 minutes, your live grain should be done. Refrigerate your leftovers. While the grains are plumping, chop up a vigorous salad you want to add to your grains. Then then fluff up the grains with a fork and add the vegetables to marinate these ingredients together for another 10 minutes. And very special healing herbs to add to your grain dish is sage. The sage, I mean the saliva. Salva officinalis. The herbs of grandmother, stuffed into the Thanksgiving turkey. Not the wild desert sage you burn for sacred smudging. Although both kinds of sage are powerful herbs for women. The edible kind provides a wonderful cleansing for the womb, unless you're breastfeeding, because it stops the milk flow. Base of salad, avoid iceberg lettuce. It is devoid of nutrients. Work instead with granules of purple and green cabbage or both. Also, experiment with adding live fresh vegetables like red and green bell peppers, celery, and or grated carrots to your finely grained medley. Okra, another vegetable that is essential for maintaining womb wellness, is okra. Have okra every day as a purge. For those of you who have never enjoyed cooked okra, let me tell you that fresh raw okra is never slimy. Just chop it up in small pieces and add it to your bulgur, or whatever grain you've prepared. It's delicious. However, if you still don't like okra, use flaxseed. At bedtime, just put 2 tablespoons of flax seeds in purified water to cover it. It will gel up overnight, and then you blend it into your fruit sauce or your fruit juice to help you purge your system. Protein sources. During your cleansing diet, use alfalfa sprouts, mung bean sprouts, anything from the sprout family. I I'm reluctant to suggest nuts because experience has shown me that we tend to overdo the nuts, rationalizing them as substitutes for everything. We're sacrificing as we begin to develop conscious eating habits. Try seeds instead of nuts, but don't overdo them either. Just sprinkle over your finished salad a few raw, unsalted sunflower seeds that you've soaked for half an hour in pure water. Tofu. Also watch your consumption of tofu, as you can get just as clogged up on tofu, which is produced from soybean, as you can with cheese. So if you want to use tofu, take a fourth of a big cake, chop it up into little crumbs, and let it marinate in your bulgur and vegetables. You can also let it sit by itself and put Baggage seasoning, which is available in health food stores, on it. Or you can use cayenne pepper or garlic to keep or kelp as a seasoning, or a little cold pressed extra virgin olive oil. You want to use the cold pressed olive oil because it's untreated and contains chlorophyll. You can use 2 to 3 teaspoons of hummus as you make your transition into live foods. But as you progress, keep in mind that we're trying to get away from dependency of cooked food. Your lunch and dinner menus are the same, with variations that you will begin to enjoy more and more. You will discover over time that your taste buds will become increasingly sensitive, and you will begin to relish the subtle difference in taste of each ingredient in your live salad. If you have a food processor, then you can really work. You can put in broccoli, turnips, and cabbage, and all those good different greens, and grate them all together. Then spread them over your salad as a lush live food dressing. This is a cleansing for those of you who resonated with those stories. This is what they want you to do for lunch and dinner to cleanse, okay? Herbs. Be creative and think of all the fresh herbs you can get from your health food store. You might even try growing your own in a pot or window box. Be sure to check all bottled herbs to make certain they have not been irradiated. Hold on. Irradiated. Yeah, that's right. If you need more taste, put the herbs in your food processor with the vegetables. You can also use a blender, but you have to add water for the blender, okay? It's about eating, because when we cook our food, we cook all the nutrients out of it. So by eating live, you're getting more of the vitamins and the nutrients that's in the foods that you're eating. But this is a cleanse as well. You're cleansing yourself of toxins and impurities that your body no longer needs. I used to live this lifestyle. I fell off, so I'm getting back on. Damn. Here we go. Kelp. A sea vegetable is another terrific addition for your salad meals. Kelp is high in iron and minerals, which are good for your thyroid and your immune system. It's even available in our convenient and I have convenient kinds of salt shakers for your dinner table. If you crave fish, try using kelp in your vegetables instead. It will help you feel satisfied. Added nutrients. To increase the nutritional value of your salad meals, you will want to add such ingredients as spirulina, wheatgrass, vitamin C. Uh, Let me say this, Spirit. Lecithins, lecithins. Okay, yeah, lecithins. Help to open up your arteries so that the blood and the oxygen can flow through. Routinely add a teaspoon of lecithin to 8 ounces of live juice that lasts at least twice a day to build your immune systems. Juices to the rescue. Use vegetable juice for rejuvenating and building. Use prune juice for detoxifying. If you take double the amount of prune juice, you will be more emotional and more sensitive. And you may start breaking out, which is a symptom that detoxification is going on. Don't get lazy with the juices. And don't complain that they don't taste good. We're trying to rise above the taste, and elevate into the healing. It's time, as time go on, you'll like the effects so much that the taste will cease to be an issue. Besides, the cleaner your body temple, the better everything will taste. Vegetable juice are for building and rejuvenating, and they keep your emotions calm. You'll feel as though you're on top of things. As you open yourself up, greater prosperity and greater riches will be able to come into your life. Riches of the body, mind, and spirit. That's all part of our true wealth. Adding spirulina or wheatgrass to your live juice will help you cut down the desires to eat so much. You won't want to eat because you'll already have some of the vitamins that your body needs. Spirulina has vegetarian protein in it and calcium for the bones and the nerves. It has vitamin B2. It has B vitamins too. If this is your first time using spirulina, I keep saying it wrong, or wheatgrass, begin with 1 teaspoon in your juice. If you've been cleansing for a while, add 2 teaspoons. If you find you're having difficulty drinking a lot of vegetable juice, drink dandelion or alfalfa tea, which is what I'm drinking, dandelion tea. Where did I leave off? Steep it for 2 hours and you will still have the wonderful healing experience. The womb wellness cleansing food plan. Do eat lentils, sprouts, soybeans, tofu, peas, nuts, soy-based plants, TVP, texturized vegetable protein. Beware. Read labels. Many soy meat products contain egg whites and MSG. Soak all beans, seeds, and nuts overnight in water and cover it for better digestion. However, if you want a faster snack, soak nuts and seeds for at least 10 minutes. But don't, but don't make it a habit. Do not eat clams, oysters, lobsters, shrimps. These are all these are all brooms that clean up the ocean by gathering the toxins, by which then you eat. Avoid pork, lamb, beef, chicken, and MSG. If you must have a transition period from eating flesh, eat only baked and steamed fish, not shellfish, no more than 2 or 3 times a week. Eating starch, carbohydrates, no more than 3 or 4 times per week. The less the better. The easiest complex carbohydrate to digest are millets, couscous, tabbouleh, bulgur, wheat, or toasted sprouted bread. Abstain from heavier starches or eat them in moderation, such as baked sweet potatoes, raw, or cooked carrots, or raw or cooked corn on the cob, or whole grain breads, toasted or drained in the oven. Make our own breads by grinding down to a powder sunflower and pumpkin seeds or almonds and other nuts to use them in place of whole wheat flour. The texture will be denser than wheat flour breads, but tasty. Consult a good vegetarian cookbook for recipes. All right, nutritional supplement choices. The formulas are nutritional foods. So just as you eat fruit and vegetables, incorporate them into your nutritional lifestyle. They should be taken 2 to 3 times a day. Formulas: 1 to 2 teaspoons Heal Thyself syrup, natural formulas. Like I say, you can get these off her website, and that is let's see. Let me give y'all her website. I think it's queenoffull.com, if I remember correctly. Give me 1 second. If I come across it, I'll put it in the chat for those of you who are interested in getting these things from her shop. I do know she sells these online. She has her own website. I do believe it's Queen of Full at www.queenoffull.com. I believe. Don't get, or sacredwoman.com. Okay, I'm not sure which one it is, but I do know it exists. Okay. I will look it up and get the right website for you and put it in the chat. For those of you who really want to get started, quit procrastinating with your healing. Those of you who've been sitting in shame. Spirit is calling for ways for you to release this shame. Oh. Okay. Alright, where did I leave off at? Oh. The formula. Okay. I'm trying to see if I seen it. I don't see it. Alright. It says the formula. Formula 1 to 2 teaspoons. Heal Thyself Supernatural Formula. Normally 1 teaspoon, but if stressed, take 2. This formula contains all the vitamins and minerals the body temple needs in order to be rejuvenated and nourished. See the product list in the appendix, or spirulina. If you don't have her website to get the formula that she already put together herself from her healing kitchen, she's giving you options. You can do spirulina, 1 to 2 teaspoons of the powder form, or wheatgrass, 1 to 2 teaspoons liquid or powder, or blue-green agave, spirulina, and Corilla. I can never say that right. Okay? 4 to 6 tablets, okay? Said take these nutrients once or twice daily. Let me look in the appendix. Yeah, cause she's got all kind of stuff, y'all. Here we go. I'm finding something for you. Says for prices and information about Heal Thyself or Sacred Woman boutique products, call, I don't know if this number's still valid, but I'm going to give it to you. 718-221-HEAL, HEAL, or 718-604-0227. She said you also can write to Sacred Woman Center at 106 Kingston Avenue, 2nd floor, Brooklyn, New York, 11213. So for those of you who are interested in getting more acquainted with Queen Afua, that's her information. There is a website, though. I just can't recall it. It's been a while since I've visited. She does have a website, a store, online store. Okay. Yeah, I think so. If my memory serves me right. Goodness. It's been a minute, y'all. Okay. We're almost done with this page. Vitamin V complex, 25 to 50 milligrams. These are powerful anti-stress vitamins. Vitamin C with bioflavonoids, 500 to 1,000 milligrams, helps to arrest bleeding and infection, builds the immune system, and calms emotional outbursts and quarrels. Vitamin E, 400 milligrams, can increase oxygen carrying capacity of blood and stimulate circulation. This word always twists my tongue up. Hold on. Lecithin, Lecithin. It twists my tongue. All right. 1 to 2 tablespoons. Is a brain food. It also brings oxygen to the cells by clearing clogged arteries throughout the body. Use this to clean and reawaken the blocked tubes of the womb. Flaxseed oil, 1 to 2 teaspoons. Refined, expelled, or cold pressed. Flax seeds are exceptionally high in alpha linoleic acid and prevents essential fatty acids and it defied. It is useful for in the treatment of chronic digestive disease. Eternal cleansing. Develop colon wellness for the lighter wounds. Okay? Our elders believe that cleansing out the colon for every problem. Yeah, she ain't never lied. My grandma would stay giving you an enema. She'll give you an enema and a heartbeat. Hey, peace and blessings. Oh gosh. Take an enema 1 to 3 times weekly for up to 21 days, or as many as 12 weeks if there is a chronic problem. See directions on page 99. Again, get the book. Work towards natural living as you help yourself to use colon wellness. For intensive wound rejuvenation work. For every wound affliction, I drink 1 pint of fresh green juice daily. This is a combination of any green vegetable pressed in a juicer. As also take some form of chlorophyll, which is such as alfalfa tablets, or 1 to 2 ounces of wheatgrass, spirulina. I'll learn how to say that word. I'm gonna quit saying I can't say it, and I'll learn to say it. Okay. Our bluegrass. Our blue-green algae diluted in veggie juice or water. These green juices help to strengthen and rejuvenate the wound. All right, recipes from the Kitchen Healing Laboratory. I'm going to hold this up. Hopefully y'all can see it and screenshot it. For those of you that don't have the book, fuck it, I'll just read it. Anyway, the Warrior Queen Juice. Helpful for women suffering from heavy bleeding, flow, and or anemia. Run through juicer. 1/4 to 1/2 cup of kale, 1/2 cup of broccoli, 2 stalks of celery. Omit if you have edema or high blood pressure, because you know celery has a natural salt to it. It will raise your blood pressure. Okay, 1/4 cup of mustard greens, and 1/2 clove of garlic. That is called the Warrior's Green Juicer. That's for heavy menstruals and anemia. So if you've been needing help with that, there you go. All right, water rush juice. Recommended for relief and menopause, hot flashes. As I started reading, it started getting hot. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so those of you going through early menopause or in the menopausal stage, this is how you can relieve those symptoms. Run through juicer. 1/4 cup parsley. 1/4 cup of parsley or organic watercress. 1 cup of Brussels sprouts. 1/2 cup of Brussels sprouts. 1/2 of cucumber. Remove skin if not organic. If it's not organic, take the skin off because they put chemicals and dyes in the skin to make it look good when they set it on the counter. Okay? So if it's not organic, take off the skin. Green juice, garden green juice. Y'all didn't know that, did you? The grocery stores will make the fruits and vegetables look more of their color. That GMO shit, it don't have the natural color, so they doctor it, okay? That's why they say remove the skin, okay? Make sure you're reading your labels of shit, too. All right, the garden green juice. Run through juicer. These are all to help with, these 2 are for like menstrual, okay? This is another one for menstrual. All right. Run through juicer. 1/2 cup of string beans. 1/4 a cup of spinach, a half a cup of mung and alfalfa sprouts, mung, M-U-N-G, mung, and alfalfa sprouts, a half a cup of green and purple cabbage, or purple cabbage. All right, and that was the garden green juice. And then we got the red womb fruit julep. I need to get me some more glasses. For rejuvenation and purification of the womb. Those of you who have had traumas to the womb, if you're out here sexually active and you're sleeping with the next man, you're carrying on his traumas. You know that your womb absorbs the masculine's energy, whatever he's feeling. That's why I tell my masculine, anytime I've had sex with a masculine, you need to think of good positive vibrations, my boy. I don't need you dumping in me. Don't dump your trash in me. Okay? So make sure you're cleansing your wounds, because especially if you're sexually active. Send me your good vibrations, not your trashy vibrations, okay? Y'all need to be mindful of that. Your wounds are like sponge. For rejuvenation and purification of the womb, 1/4 cup of raw cranberries, half a cup of strawberries hulled, a half a cup of blueberries, a 1/4 cup of blueberries, 1/4 cup of raspberries, 2 cups of organic apple juice. Mix all ingredients in a blender, okay? Now the garden green womb salad, half a cup of mung, or alfalfa sprouts, 1 cup of chopped raw okra, half a cup of chopped red bell peppers, 3 cups of mesclun. I'll spell it for you. MESCLUN. Salad greens. 1/4 cup of soaked sunflower seeds, optional. Mix all ingredients together. If you like, you can sprinkle your greens with sage seasoning, kelp, herbal seasoning salt, or Dr. Boner's liquid ammosa. That's actually good. That's some good stuff right there. It's like soy sauce, but it's not soy sauce. Salad dressings. Half a cup of cold pressed extra virgin olive oil. Keep refrigerated. 2 to 3 tablespoons of organic cider vinegar. Blend together and pour sparsely over your greens, okay? So if you do the salad, the lunch and dinner salads to cleanse the womb energy, this is all about fasting and cleansing your womb, healing your womb, okay? Men, you can do this too. Cleanse your energy. It's not going to hurt you, okay? Womb Delight fruit shake. Ooh. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, goes the elder wisdom. The delicious shake creates a sweet womb and a sweet disposition. Just ask your mate. Yeah. That I've had this. I made this for myself before. This is fire. This shake is fire, y'all. Okay? 1/2 cup of blueberries, 1/2 cup of raspberries, 1 cup of strawberries, a half a cup of cranberries, sweetened and soaked with a half a cup of dates and distilled water to cover. A half a cup of organic apple juice. Blend all ingredients together in a blender. That right there is fire. My kids even like that. They even love that one. So the children will like it. The children will like most of the stuff if you give it to them. I fed all this to my children. They loved it. They actually missed it. They like, Mama, when you gonna cook? Seaweed and okra salad includes seaweed such as kelp, uh, dulce, nori, arama, arami, kembu, hijiki. I've never heard of this shit. Or Wacom. Actually, a lot of the stuff, some of the stuff is you probably have to go to the foreign stores to get. Because a lot of stuff I remember when I was doing my Sacred Woman healing and I was looking for these stuff in the grocery stores, I would have to go into the foreign stores to find half of it, you know. Or you can order it online. Seaweed is especially recommended for women who are trying to conceive or who are already pregnant. Once you have progressed to a live food diet, vegetables are the only foods you should eat from the sea. You can dice, slice, chop, and grate your sea vegetables. Or, okay, some of these that I called out were sea vegetables, okay? But again, sometimes you got to go to the foreign shops to get it, okay? Depending on where you stay. You can dice, slice, chop, and grate your sea vegetables or create a fresh salad. Or freshly add them to your soups, salads, and steamed green vegetables or veggies. Some come in dried forms and can be soaked before use. Chopped raw okra, soaked seaweed, salad dressing, see recipe above. Okay, womb wellness soup. Especially recommended for women with a displaced womb as a result. You've had hysterectomies. Okay? Especially recommended for women with a displaced womb as a result of an impacted colon. And following childbirth, 2 cups of raw okra sliced, a half a cup of scallions sliced, pinched each of sage, a pinch of each, sage, kelp, seaweed, or dried red raspberry leaf. Simmer okra and scallions in a cup of pure water for 5 minutes. Then turn off flame. Add remaining ingredients, cover, and allow to steep for 20 minutes. Then pour into your favorite soups, bowls, and enjoy. Okra popcorn. Ooh. 2 cups of raw okra, chopped into bite-sized pieces, tossed in a little tamari sauce and olive oil. Put in a plastic bag and eat as a snack. Alright, so pile 1. Did I get all? Oh, you got another page. My bad. Pile 1. If you resonated with those stories, I cried a trail of tears. Those of you who have been holding back, not wanting to cry, Spirit says stop procrastinating. It's time to set a goal to make these changes, to go into this healing. Okay? Some of y'all need to definitely purchase this book if you don't already have it. Spirit's calling for you to get this book. Alright. Now we're moving on to the last part. I remember doing a reading where somebody was needing to use bentonite clay. Okay? This is that mud woman clan portion. Okay? So they come out to give you some more information. Clay represents the great earth mother. In her honor and to empower your womb, apply clay packs to your womb overnight on every new and full moon for profound revitalization. Clay packs external. A very good way to begin to heal the womb is to use clay packs. This is especially useful if you have PMS or if you suffer from bloating or heavy bleeding. You will need some kitchen gauze, cheesecloth. Fold over several layers of gauze and spread a top layer an inch thick with green alfalfa. Queen of Fuller's rejuvenating clay or Fuller earths. Place it over your wound with the clay against your skin, and tape it in place with paper tape. The kind you get at the drugstore, and go to sleep. While you are sleeping, the clay will do two things. It will pull the poisons out and allow your skin to absorb minerals. It is a healing food for the skin. But it also goes underneath the skin and begins to nurture and heal. Ginger clay packs. Mix 1 teaspoon of fresh ginger juice with a half a cup of clay. Then apply clay pack over the pelvis. Keep it overnight. Shower off in the morning. Leaf and clay poultice. Yeah, this is my clay day. I stayed playing this shit. I had fun. I made the mask. When I say I put clay all over my body to heal, I did. It worked. I even put it in my hair. It took it took a long time to get it out, but when I say I covered myself from head to toe with clay, and I did this for a period of time, it really works. It helps healing. It's time for me to go back to my mud woman days. Okay. Anyway, leaf and clay poultice. This is especially beneficial after surgery. Do not apply clay until the last 6 weeks after surgery. Surgical stitches have been removed. So those of you like after childbirth, you've had cesareans, this is what you need to do at your 6 weeks up. Okay, not before, after. Okay. See your doctor first to be sure the wounds is completely closed. Fill a large leaf of dark green vegetables such as spinach, cabbage, kale, or collard greens with a half to a cup of green alfalfa rejuvenation clay. Queen of alfalfa's rejuvenation clay, which is that recipe I just gave y'all. Okay, with the ginger and the clay. You can use bentonite clay. What is it? Mayan. Make sure you get the organic shit. You want the real deal shit. You don't want that fake stuff. Lie down and place the clay-filled leaf over the wounded area. Cover with gauze and secure ends with paper tape. Allow poultice to remain on overnight. Poultice is like a bandage, but it's got medicine on it. Okay? It's kind of like an ice pack theory, but it's not ice in there. It's got the clay and all that shit in there. And you put it in there, and then you put it on top of the skin, and the leaf acts as the band-aid. And you tape it down, okay? For those of you that don't know. Where did I leave off? Okay. By morning, the clay will have absorbed toxins and begun to rejuvenate the wound. Remove galls and greens. Take a warm shower and concentrating the shower spray on the pelvis. In the daytime, apply raw cold pressed castor oil or liquid vitamin E oil, 25,000 IU over the pelvis. Cover area to avoid strain cloth with oil. Cover the area to avoid staining clothes with oil. So that's like to help heal those cesarean wounds. You know, sometimes they can heal on the outside, but on the inside, that pain still be there. That takes all that pain out because there's infection that gets up in there. And you still take a certain amount of infection to heal the body. You know what I'm saying? So that gets in there and pull all that out. External castor oil cold press. Boil some water and then dip a clean flannel cloth or white washcloth into water. Wring out the cloth, then saturate it with cold pressed castor oil and place over pelvic area. Cover top of the cloth with a plastic wrap. Then apply a heating pad for 1 hour. Remove castor oil pack and apply thick clay overnight. Okay. Pelvic massage. Briskly rub hands together to heat them up. Rubbing your hands together brings forth the magnetism and the healing power that flows through them. Massage your pelvic area, particularly from right to left, several times. Use olive oil, vitamin E oil, or almond oil as you massage. Learn reflexology massage. There are several books on the market for self-training. In a circular motion, massage the inner ankles, which contain the reflex point that corresponds with the womb. Also, remove and massage the points of that corresponds to the colon, reproductive organs, and breasts. Warning: do not massage the ankles if pregnant. Rest. One of the most vital ingredients for restoration and balance of the divine, sacred, healthy womb is rest. Set aside movement on a daily basis to rest yourself and relieve your womb of the pressure and responsibility you handle each day. Just because you're a woman, a few more words about rest. We women work hard to birth, lift up, encourage, support, nurse, and nurture everyone else. As mothers, we breastfeed, prepare meals for, and rear our children. As wives and lovers, we care for our mates. We are on the job as counselors and friends. We wash, cook, clean, manage, and organize at home, and we work in our place of business. We are members of the PTA, the Block Association. We raise funds, preach, perform civic work, and lift our voices in the political arenas for the good of our communities, locally, nationally, and internationally. Some of us are actually midwives who assist other women in giving birth to their babies. But all of us are in some way the midwives who help our families, employers, and friends give birth to their goals, plans, and dreams. Don't we deserve a rest? Of course we do. So sit down, put up your feet, allow your loved ones to serve and care for you, and rest. Just do it. There will be times when your spirit flags and you'll tell yourself, my life isn't together enough to follow the womb wellness regimen. But the whole point is to start right where you are. Just work with what you have. Don't ever be discouraged about that. You'll find your way, your own timing. Just begin. For example, take making orange juice. Everyone has a different way of making their orange juice, by hand or by hand operated or electric juices. And everyone will have a different time at which they do it. They'll say, I can get to it in the morning. I can get to it in the afternoon, or my schedule is so different. I sleep during the day and I go to work at night. Take in the information, let it go through your energy path. And then say, okay, This is what works with my time and my life. The goal is simply to do it. The other key thing is to make a prayer to create the space in your life to do this healing work. Because without the prayer, it is hard to do. You might want to say, I know this isn't going to be easy as I'd like it to be, but I know I can do it because my ancestors' mother are supporting me. So I'm just going to do it. And that's a picture of Queen of Four for those of you. Okay? In her younger days. All right. This here is about taking better care of yourselves. Now that you've been using the womb rejuvenation techniques, you've changed your diet, you have began to take your salt baths and herb baths, I am sure you've started to feel the healthy changes in your bodies. Recently, I was working with a sacred womb circle, and I asked them how they felt after their morning baths. They had a range of replies that may enlighten your own experience. Queen of Four, how did you feel after your bath? Victoria, I felt really tired. Queen of Four, you need to rest. You know, you have to have soulful rest because you're wiped out. You actually need to take a nap during the middle of the day or tell yourself, I'm going to leave work early today and do it. Or tell yourself, I'm going to take an hour to give myself a cup of herbal tea in my favorite mug, light my divine candles, and rest my body and my soul. It's a much deeper kind of rest when you actually give yourself permission to rest your soul. We get exhausted because we push ourselves too hard all the time. Victoria, I'm like every day, so I'm so exhausted that I just pass out. I don't even do the tea because I'm so exhausted. I think that what happened when I took the bath, it just took so much out of me. Queen of Four, that means you're healing. Hold on, that means you're dealing with years of toxic buildup. You have to ask yourself what your womb is doing. What has to be released in order for you to get better? Victoria, it's hard when you're a caretaker of the family. I've always been the person who carried all the weight for everybody and did everything. So even when I get up to meditate at 4 o'clock in the morning, I always feel guilty. I think I'm doing something wrong, that I should be doing something for someone else. I get that. Queen of Fours, stealing time. Yeah, I'm stealing time. Queen of Four, but you just give that time away to someone else, right? That's the mother syndrome. We have a problem with the mother syndrome. We overdo the mother. Don't you think that mothers are entitled to be served too? Victoria, I do. But I also know all this sounds good and we can say it to each other. It's a matter of actually doing it and changing how we feel about it. Queen of Four, you just have to train yourself to do that. It takes some relearning time. Victoria, I took the bath and I was just so tired. I thought maybe I made the water too hot. You know how sometimes When you take a really hot bath, you're lightheaded when you get out. I felt so tired and sad that I just sat there. That was your womb. That's me. This is my response. That was her womb. Huh. She had reached something in her womb. Hold up. Queen of Fool. That was your healing. What I just say? Come on. That was saying, I'm tired and I need to rest. My whole soul needs a rest. Now you have to incorporate caring for yourself into your life. Think about it. If you went on a retreat, would you be picking up the phone? So why don't you take some time for yourself in the next 2 weeks? Tell yourself, I will take a 2-day retreat this weekend. I'm not going to go 2 days. Hold on. I'm going to take those 2 days all for me. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Dang. Ooh, maybe I need to take me 2 days. My body trying to tell me something. Okay. What them burps mean? Okay. I gotta talk to it. Okay. Give her a name too. Some of y'all need to name your wounds to make it more personal. And even if I feel guilty, I'm getting over it. And you will, because in a matter of 24 hours, you will feel better than you ever felt in years, simply by giving yourself the same attention that you give the world. Just stop the world and say, this time belongs to me. We have to train life to work for us. Otherwise, we just keep beating ourselves up. We're always planning to do things in the future when things get better. Well, what about this moment right now? Get right up now and go get back to, go get yourself a cup of herbal tea. Let some people wait for you. You know what? I resonate with that, because I was just telling somebody the other day, I can't wait to get back to how I used to be doing this here shit. And it's like, why are you waiting? Why are you waiting? Do it now. I'm back on my teas. I'm watching what I eat. I ain't all the way there. I know Spirit's been trying to wake me up between 4 and 6 a.m. I've been fighting that. I know I've been fighting the shit out of that, because I'm not getting that much sleep, because I'm always busy. And I think I need to take these 2 days to recalibrate. So how about y'all? Do the same. All right. This time belongs to me. We have to retrain life to work for us. Otherwise, we just keep beating ourselves up. We're always planning to do things in the future when things get better. Well, what about this moment right now? Get up right now and go get yourself a cup of herbal tea. Let someone wait for you. As a matter of fact, put people on hold. Tell them tell them to be patient. Hold on, tell them I'll be patient. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute, I skipped the line. Tell them I'll get back to you in a couple of days or a week. Because right now, I have a patient I have to work on. So who's the patient? You. And you deserve the time and attention and care, because you know what will happen if you don't. You might land in the hospital because you didn't take care of yourself. That's no way to get a rest. Victoria, my husband said that too. He says that to me all the time. Take an hour to yourself, but I say I have to do this, I have to do that, and the kids. He is the most supportive person I've ever met. And he keeps telling me, take minutes for yourself. I haven't been able to do it, but maybe I'll give it a try. Well, it sounds like Victoria got a very good masculine in her energy that will even offer her to take time for herself. So I applaud that masculine energy right there. Queen of Four. More baths will help. Trust me. Will help. Trust me this. Trust me on this. Take more baths. Use more sea salt. Take take 1 moment extra in your baths. If that's all you can do, start drinking green juice. Start drinking more water. Start getting up a few minutes earlier just to pray and rest your soul. Mary, I was totally opposite. I was totally the opposite with my baths. I took one yesterday, and I took a day for myself, and I sat home. I didn't wash clothes. I didn't do anything I was supposed to do. I did what I needed to do for me. I just sat and had a day to myself. I got up this morning and I took a bath and I was awake. I mean, totally awake. I was going to take today off too. I called in last night and said, I think I'm going to take the day off. Going to take the day off too. If as long as you with that way of speaking, yes, it is. But if you give yourself permission, no, it's not, because you're gonna make time for you, because you're you got to be there for your star player. And if you're not willing to take the time for your star player, then who's taking care of you? You know, who's taking care of you? At some point, you got to say hell no to everything else and hell yes to you. We all get there. It takes practice. If you don't start with 5 or 10 minutes a day, 5 or 10 minutes a day are giving yourself that time to just be with you. All right, hold on. Let me see. What did I drop off? I'm not going to come into work. But I got up with so much energy after this bath. I went to work because I was awake. I felt like my whole soul was alive and awake, and it was just a miracle. It was like heaven. I felt so good. Demetrius, after my first couple of baths, I started developing hives on my face. Usually I break out a lot, but this wasn't acne. This was actually hives on my cheeks. Different sorts of bumps that I'd never seen before. But when I walked into work, my friend said, your face looks so different. Your face looks so clear. I just felt like everything just started coming out of my pores, which it does. Everything started releasing. Lorna, it does. Trust me. I told you, when the first time I put carpet on, my skin turned completely black, blacker than my hair. And I was like, whoa. I was like, oh my God, I might die. But it washed off, and I put it on again, and I kept doing it until I was doing a copper cleanse. And that copper cleansed all that toxins out of my body. Now I wear copper, and I get no markings, Let's see. After my first couple of baths, I started, okay. Lorna, I had to go to an out-of-town conference, and I took my bath stuff with me. Now, I'm not a bath person. I just can't lie back like people say they do. But this was actually really nice hotel. The room had a big tub, and I got in, and I said, oh, God, just sit here. I then said, no, you don't want to sit there. Okay, give yourself 5 minutes. You'll just lie in the water. So I lay there, and I felt really good. Then I said, something is missing. Oh, the candles. I didn't light my candles. But I thought, well, I missed the candle tonight. I'll do it tomorrow. Then I slept so good, I usually have lower back pains. But this week has been great for no pain. Then the next day I said, okay, this is going to be the best bath because I got my candle now. I had to find some matches because they didn't allow smoking in this hotel, so I got some matches. This time I stayed in for 5 minutes. I didn't resist. The next morning I woke up in this dream that gave birth, and it was so effortless. There was no pain. There was so much support around me. I was in this house and everybody knew that I was going to do this, but they were waiting around for me to do it. And I reached down and I pulled this baby out, and our eyes met, and there was this sense of knowing. The baby gave me this look, and the eyes, they were so old. And I had this sense. I felt so safe. I felt supported. I felt protected. Her womb was speaking to her, y'all. I've been, I've been kind of in a daze with that feeling, and I said, "Whoa, okay. I'm not going to interpret that yet. I'm just going to ride with the feelings. I'm just going to enjoy the feelings. I fight for new beginnings, renewal. Your whole soul is going through a birthing." Okay, Anna, I did my baths and everything, and I started emanating my start eliminating my starches because most of my starch eating is emotional. Basically, I've been going through the whole rebirthing for the last couple of weeks, and I was having PMS. PMS just started happening for me 6 or 7 months ago. It's not that I'm having a lot of mood swings, but I get very hungry for heavy foods around that time. And I want sugar and stuff like that. I'm not happy when that happens to me. So I have this whole struggle that goes on inside. And that's what is going on with me this week. I usually have a lot of messages on my phone and a lot of people calling all the time. But this week, my phone has hardly rung. Everything was just very quiet for me, and I didn't know what to do with. I didn't do anything. I just pretty much hung out at home and just relaxed all week. I did my baths. I wrote a lot in my journal, and I generally do it at night because after I come out of the bath, I'm really sleepy. Sleep is just pulling me down, so I can't do it during the day because then I wouldn't get anything done. Ruth, I'm a little disoriented right now. I've been feeling some sort of anxiety about something going on. I don't know what's that about, but generally, during the week, I was feeling pretty good. Not too long ago, I came off the fast. Usually every year I do the juice fast. And every year I have a terrible time breaking the fast. However, breaking it properly. I never break it properly. But this year food has not agreed with me. It just seems like everything I eat goes to the wrong place or something. If I eat a piece of bread, I can immediately feel it. It's never happened before. That's because your body has changed and it learns to discipline itself and not to accept those type of ingredients. So this time, I was really trying to be disciplined about doing the right thing. This is the third and or fourth week since I've been off this fast. And I figured by now my old self should kick in. I should be able to eat whatever I want and be all right, but it's not happening. So I'm still keeping discipline because I know that whatever I eat is going to hurt. It's going to do something. Your body is naturally telling you it don't want that bullshit anymore. That's what's happening to her. I had some white rice and I had cramps so bad I could hardly walk home. What happens is you start to evolve, right? But when you evolve, your dietary laws and regulations, and you want to go back to what used to be comfortable, you discovered that your body has actually left that level. A contained level of numbness had been going on in you before. Now your body has awakened. That's what's happening to you, right? It's like when somebody stops eating meat for a week and then they go back to eating meat and they start to feel sick and nauseous or have headaches. If you try to go back to the old ways, you start to feel the true response of what the food has been doing. Exactly. And that is the real shit right there. Evidently, you have ascended past eating rice. Why don't you try couscous or burger or millet? Then you'll stay balanced and less congested. I gotta finish all these stories, speak. Continue. I ain't saying finish. Okay, I'm tired of reading, y'all. I ain't even done pound 2 yet. Okay. Phew. Hold on, give me a minute. We're gonna pause. We're gonna hit a I can feel my womb healing. Healing me. Okay. I still have to watch every little bit. I mean, I still cheat, just trying it out to see what's going on. But the wellness approach is a blessing. I'm doing the baths. I've been trying to get up between 4 and 6. Another thing I've done for years is trying to be on time. I may not, key word is try. Try is a failing word. I may not make it exactly at 4, but I'm getting up early. I even gotten to work half an hour earlier. I go to school full time, and I work full time, and I'm a single parent full time. But I'm still making the effort. I'm just saying this because I know all of us have packed schedules, but I'm pretty much able to get up at 4. I haven't felt good, no energy, but it's been okay. I didn't think I'd be able to get up at that hour, so I'm very thankful. Queen of 4. Well, everyone is a little different. Some of you might want to take your baths during the hours of Hetaru, which is when the sun goes down. After sundown is the time of the divine angels of love and beauty, the time when you go into your inner self. And that was more of the energy that I would go into, the Hetaru energy, because I could not do that morning shit. And it was like, I'm still struggling with it. Spirit's like, we want to get you on the daytime. Spirit, y'all know I'm nighttime, but we'll get it worked, okay? We'll work it out. I know what that is right there. That feeling Because when I was going through my sacred circle, I struggled getting up and I beat myself up. But finally, my spirit said, stop beating yourself up. You're on time when you get there. And that's what I had to learn. After sundown is the time of divine angels of love and beauty. The time when you go into your inner self and start to beautify your inner self in your baths. And you start to bring out the more beautiful spirit of heart, beautiful tones. Your expressions, everything becomes softer, gentler. You're in a state of repose. You're in a state of retreat. And that's a really wonderful time for you to take your baths. And then what happens is you sleep deeper. So you wake up more rested. It really works. Life works. You just have to find your way. Where did it go? Find your way in what really works for you. After different times in your life, you may go through new phases where you want to change your routine. You just have to find your way instinctively as you do your healing and cleansing. It takes many months, years to break down your system, and you've developed a lifestyle to maintain it. However, in order to get past being in the middle of the road, in order to have all this extra access of power and exuberant amount of energy and vitality, so that everything you do is form a place of power, you have to move away from your old toxic lifestyles. Wouldn't you like to totally awaken? This is a wake-up call. Life is a bowl for us to feel. The more good we put into it, the greater the results. So try to clear some things off your schedule and refocus your attentions on you. You're still feeling helter-skelter. You're not feeling divine yet. Remember, you're only just gotten here. If you continue to do the work, then you'll start to be more relaxed. You'll be more moving with grace. You'll be moving with poise. It takes time. You've been going away for years, and it's hard to reroute. Use the 9 gateways of your sacredness and watch how life begins to work for you. I know you can do it. Going together in the sacred womb circle. All right. That's it, pal one. Pal one, I'm going to leave you with this, though. They say leave you with this. The Sacred Womb Scroll. If y'all like this, I will do this more, okay, with this book. The Sacred Womb, Woman Womb Scroll. The womb is the divine lotus from Great Mother Earth, Ta-Ert, the Great Heavenly Mother Nut. Sacred Woman Scroll, Woman Womb Scroll. As we, women folk, the caretakers of the heart, and the healers of humanity, barely proceed through Geb's earth's realm to ascend to Nut's heavenly realm, may the natural world and the hearts of all humankind awaken with respect and honor to the power of the sacred womb. as it has in beginning. May the collective come to balance, defend, support, protect, and hold up high the womb of the women folk everywhere. Boldly we must return to the ways of the ancient African, where civilizations was born, where the Garden of Eden originated, where women were held in the highest esteem, physically and spiritually. You know, women were the true emperors. We was the pharaohs. We ruled right beside the masculines, not behind it, beside it. Boldly we must return to the ways of the ancient African, where civilizations were born, where the Garden of Eden originated, where women were held in the highest esteem physically and spiritually, where the creators were also she. The Sacred Woman Womb Scrolls will guide you as you reach for the highest of womb consciousness, for the survival and continuation of life, to invoke a peaceful, benevolent world. Power one, I leave you with this. I am a distinctive, beautiful flower and a healing herb, with a heart, a mind, breast, buttocks, and a womb. I come with sacred earth medicine to heal myself. All right, that's it for you, Power One. We're moving on to Power Two. Finally. And y'all is longer. Gonna be here for a minute. Those of you that's going through that initiation. Remember, I did a reading about some divine feminists going through initiation. Spirit is calling you to get this book. I'm gonna hold it up so you can see it. Okay? It's pretty thick. Okay? It's called Sacred Woman. A guide to healing the feminine body, mind, and spirit. It's not only just for women, though. It's for masculines. Especially, it talks about, it gets more into the masculine when we get to talk about sacred union and all that good stuff. But there's 9 gateways. In each gateway, there's an altar that you create for your healing. Okay? So, that was Power One. Power One. All right. Again, those of you who are just tuning in, Power One was about shame, so you might want to go back and look at that. And the overall energy is about surrendering procrastination. All right, what did I do with Power Two? Oh, I thought I lost Power Two. Here we go. All right, for Power Two, your channeled message is: you're going through initiation, and your role in leadership require you to be grounded in who you are and your purpose. Some are learning the natural way of healing, and your healing has begun. Okay? So some of y'all are going through initiation. Go get it. Become your sacred women. Okay? And your is leadership. The Holy Spirit that's within you. We're starting on page 8. Oh, goodness. They don't want me to read nothing on here. This is the introduction. Y'all are going through a sacred gateway. This is entering the temple through initiation. Okay? Part 1, the ancient ways. I'm going to take a minute, y'all, because it's going to be a lot of readings. They already told me. Y'all, Power 2, y'all got a lot of pages Spirit want me to go through. They told me where to start and where to stop. And I think all of this, it's 3 pages on this, okay? So if you got the book, it says page 10, but it's actually page 11 because page 10 is blank. Okay. Um, so we're moving to page 11. If you got the book, I'll take me a quick minute to rest my boss to get prepared for this one. Oh, I know my ancestors getting on me since I've been going through this journey of transition. I fell off, and I know they've been on me about it. I've been picking up some of my old habits, not old bad habits, good habits. I mean, picking them back up slowly, but I haven't been full-fledged with them due to the situation. So there's still things I can do, and with exhaustion, I've been doing my baths and all that, you know. But it's certain things like the foods they want me to get back into, you know, because I fell off of eating healthy. So they want me to get back to eating healthy, and I know that's why they fussing at me through this reading. I'm catching it too. So you guys hear that? They whooping my ass too, y'all. But I did get back on my T's. I'm doing little by little incorporating my foods. But, you know, every day, baby steps. Okay? Don't beat yourselves up on doing this work just as long as you're making steps and progress. Okay? This work is not easy, especially with doing the journaling work and doing the womb work. I actually they got a journal that matches this book. Okay? I filled it up. I had to get another journal. Okay? Matter of fact, I've been wanting to request the Queen of Fool to make that journal thicker. You know? Because I filled it up to the point where I had to get a whole nother notebook. Okay? But depending on what you've been through and the womb healing that comes through for you, you're going to have to do the journaling, man. Write. Ask your womb or your jet these questions. If you didn't catch Taurus, there's a bunch of questions in there. Okay? Taurus has some questions. I don't know what you got power to, but power 1 for Leo, it's about releasing shame. If you've been through some of them things, it's about releasing shame, letting that shame go, and not beating yourselves up if you fall off the process. And then, you know, take it how it resonates. There's a message in all that, okay? Oh, man. Y'all give me a minute to breathe. Okay, so y'all give me a minute. This reading can get hard on your voice. And I'm out of tea. I'm going to have to make me another cup of tea. Shit. All right. Chapter 1, Kemetic Nubian Philosophies. This is Power 2. This is about leaderships. They say our way is dead. They say our way is no more. That the Nile Valley legacy all ended thousands of years ago. But we are here and we remember. Didn't I say that not too long ago? We still here. We still walking this earth. And it's time for a lot of y'all to wake up to that. Some of y'all don't realize that your ancestral lineage is right here. Okay? And they don't want you to know that so they can keep robbing and stealing your riches. Okay? My people are the elders of the earth. They are the originators of what is commonly known as the Greek philosophy, which is actually the ancient Kemetic Egyptian way of life. Kemet refers to the original Nubian Mayatans, culture of the happy Nile Valley African. The spelling of Africa is Afra. Africa literally means flesh. Af and so Ka and the hidden sun Ra. The more common spelling, Africa, Africa, comes from the Arabic word freak, Fark or freak, which means separate, divide, or conquer. Catch that. Like Africa, Egypt is the name exposed on ancient Kemet by foreigners. The Kemites people are the spiritual heads, teachers, motivators, and guides of the planet ordained by Natur, the one most high creator. The people of ancient Kemet had much to share thousands of years ago. We descendants and perpetuators of the sacred traditions have much to share today. The Hotep, peaceful way, and original holistic nature of the Kemetic people is a model that, if properly adopted, has the ability to save planet Earth from mass destruction. It has inspired me. It is this path, this way of life that has so deeply inspired me to become the root of my life's work. The ancient ways of Kemetic people can teach all people how to become truly human again. The Kemetic masters came to this realization by purifying their lives. Today we purify our own lives. We grow closer to our divine selves. And this transformation can bring us to a state of constant bliss, peace, and wellness. Sacred woman is the entryway I offer into that state of enlightenment. Follow the path of body, mind, and spirit purification can bring us to the place where we will be touched by and united with the great grandparents of the earth, the ancestors. My ancestors learned how to combine and unite the elements of earth, air, fire, and water, and spirit, and they continue to teach us their methods through the carvings and inscriptions on their temple walls. They bring us the gift of the laying on of the hands through the effects of Isis, the sister of Nephius, to restore life to the broken body of Osiris, who became a symbol of resurrection for all humanity. Contrary to popular beliefs and ignorance, my ancestors, the black people of the black land of the Nile Valley, did not worship many gods and goddesses. My African ancestors viewed Natar, the creator, as the undifferentiated one, all divine, from which all life emanates. However, Natar has many wondrous divine attributes, and all of these manifestations, the Netaru, are aspects of its wholeness. Consider for a moment such divine eminence as Mayat, the aspect of balance, harmony, truth, law, righteousness, and reciprocity. Heteru, Hathor, the aspect of divine love and beauty, and Nefer Atum, the sacred lotus, representing the highest ascension and unlimited potential. Haru, Horus, the falcon, represents victory, the aspect that we can call upon to fly above all obstacles. Tahuti, Thoth, embodies the aspect of divine intelligence, and so on. The Kemenites My ancestors believed that within the heavenly realms, the presence of the divine is reflected in the balanced worship of Natar, the mother, father, creator, where both aspects in one are given equally respect. By, con- by contrast, my present day Western religion recognizes only the male priest and worship only a male god in a heaven of male angels. In the ancient African spiritual tradition, there is a deep respect for the mother creator and the female priestess, as well as for the father creator and the male priestess. Y'all know God got a wife, right? Yeah. Where do you think the wife dynamic come from? Anyway, in the ancient African spiritual tradition, there are deep respects for the mother creator and the female priestess, as well as for the father creator and the male priest. The Kemetic, the Kemites lived in philosophy of Maya. The Kemites, lived in the philosophy of Mayat harmony and had respect, reverence, and honor of Natar and its divine manifestation of man and woman in all nature. They law nature and their environment is an impressive expression of Natar and an inspiration for self-healing, from which my heal thyself philosophy comes. The Kemetes use the elements of water for purification rites through baptism, fasting, and enemas. They use the elements of earth in the form of healing foods, herbology, and aromatherapy to purify and rejuvenate the body temples. My ancestors used the elements of air, breath, through what is called Arianka, Arianka, Ari, A-R-I, Ankh, A-N-K-H, Ka, K-A, which is karma. Okay? Ka means karma. Ari, Ankh, and Ankh is life. And Ari, I believe, is breath. Okay? We call Ari Ankh Ka, now known as Hatha Yoga. The various sacred movements and poses that have been depicted on the walls of temples and pyramids were carved by the people thousands of years ago. These records have outlasted man-made manuscriptions, and outlived the libraries burnt by the foreigners who could not comprehend or appreciate the spiritual heights and advancement of my people. To recharge and to be recharged and purified, my people use the elements of fire in rituals based on the powerful rays of the Aten Ra, the sun, which blazed over the vast desert of Kemet. They use fire food to cleanse, such as radishes, leeks, onions, and cayenne. They burnt frankincense and myrrh, cinnamon, and other spices, herbs, and essential oils, and used them to smudge their bodies to destroy negative spiritual entities attracted to the body temple. Today we only need to look to the source of this knowledge as presented in the 42 laws of Mayat. And the 42 laws of Mayat are: I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill. I will not act unjustly. I will not cause pain. I will not waste food. I will not lie. I will not desecrate holy places. I will not speak evil. I will not abuse my sexuality. I will not cause the shedding of tears. I will not sow seeds of regret. I will not be an aggressor. I will not act guilefully. I will not lay waste the plowed land. I will not bear false witness. I will not set my mouth in motion against any person. I will not be wrathful and angry except for a just cause. I will not copulate with a man's wife. I will not copulate with a woman's husband. I will not pollute myself. I will not cause terror. I will not pollute the earth. I will not spark any anger. I will not turn from words of right and truth. I will not utter curses. I will not initiate a quarrel. I will not be excitable or contentious. I will not be prejudged. I will not be an eavesdropper. I will not speak overmuch. I will not commit treason against my ancestors. I will not waste water. I will not do evil. I will not be arrogant. I will not commit fraud. I will not mistreat children. I will not mistreat animals. I will not defraud temple offerings. I will not plunder the dead. Those are the, as we know, as the 10 Commandments. That's where they come from. 42 laws of Mayat. The 42 laws of Mayat. This moral and ethical guide is the legacy left to us by our ancient Nubian Kemetic ancestors. Egyptologists refer to them as the negative confessions or the declarations of innocence. The interpretation below came through Haru, Okra, Semaja, chief priest of the shrine of Ptah in New York City. Unlike the 10 Commandments, which came from the exterior power of the 42 laws of Mayat, inspire personal responsibilities and accountability to one's own indwelling divinity. We recite them at sunrise and sunset. In the morning, we say, I will not. In the evening, we say, I have not. So you do like a weather check. In the morning, you say what you're not going to do, and by the end of the day, you do a reflection. Have I done these things? If not, you say, I have not. And if you say, I have, then you have to recalibrate yourself for it. Don't beat yourself up, because everything, like she say, with healing, you have to learn it. Okay? You have to learn it in order to embody it. Means you have to constantly be at work on yourself. Just like tonight, I can't say I haven't polluted my body. It's a work. It's a process. In this way, we conduct a daily moral inventory for as Kemite, every day is judgment day. He-tepu, peace and blessings. That's he-tepu. Hetepu. He-tepu, peace and blessings. The base of Kenite society. Every day of my life, I maintain a healthy body temple as my ancestors did before me by blessings and consuming the four elements to protect body, mind, spirit from disease. I activate the elements of spirit through meditation and hashi, chanting. This element of spirit permeates the elements of the nata, the nature of one. My earliest ancestors were mostly vegetarians, particularly the priestess and the priest. They understood the necessity of purity in their performing spiritual work. Unlike many spiritual teachers of today, the basic Kemet diet consisted of beans, lentils, peas, barley, millet, nuts, fruits such as dates, melons, and pomegranates, vegetables such as onions, cabbage, and peppers, and healing herbs such as gutu, cola, nettle, aloe, garlic, and parsley. And when they were invaded by Asian nomadic shepherds, the Sheusa. I got it right. Okay. Sheusa Hykso. More flesh food into the diet, thus sowing the seed of our ultimate deterioration. My ancestors founded their entire society upon the divine spirit Nature, which kept them in the state of continual purification, meditation, wellness, and harmony of the soul, body, and mind. Everything they did was sacred and Nature driven, from their works to their clothes, from their relationships to their homes, temples, and governments. The entire society was dedicated by the 42 laws of Ma'at, a moral code and ethic that latter inspired the Ten Commandments. This belief in the sacredness of life and of all things helped them maintain a thriving nation, like the ancestors, Hanzas in the Himalayas. Today, my people were for thousands of years an unpoliced, peaceful people. Today, their example of a divine civilization offers us a model that could, if put into practice, create global healing. Comedic spiritual practice. I rise at the hour of Nebhet, dawn, to call out in prayer the 42 laws of Ma'at to spiritually secure my day. Then I place a Ma'at feather in my hair to encourage me to live in right and truth throughout my day, for I am responsible for what I create. My ancient African African ancestors taught us how to love ourselves through the divination of the body members, showing us that every part of us is a divine aspect of the Creator, from our eyes to Hetaru beauty, to our 2 feet Ptah, stability and strength. This healing ritual, which appears in the African Holy Bible, the Arungar, the book of the coming forth of the day of night, misnamed the Egyptian Book of the Dead by Egyptologists. So it's really called the book coming forth by day from night, but it's listed as the Book of the Dead. That is not the true pronunciation. Teaches us how to love ourselves more each day so that we can be of greater service in uplifting humanity. Kemetic ancestors had a powerful way of bringing our spiritual bodies into balance and healing. It was done by giving us sacred words to speak in our meditations to invoke the resurrections of our Ka, soul. My favorite is Nukpu Nuk Kahu Ami Kahu Geman Kahi Paru Natar How I am that I am, a shining being dwelling in light, and I come from the limb of the Most High Natar. I speak these words daily, and for they make me feel spiritually confident that I am divine by nature, because I am the essence of the Creator. This fills my soul and makes me more complete as a Natah Hemet, a sacred woman. My people use beauty, art, music, and dance to elevate the spirit. We are the originators of the guitar, the harp, and the trombone, the tambourine, and the drum. Art was seen as a beautiful holy expression of the divine, for my people believe that. Beauty and goodness are the expression of Natar, the divine creator dwelling within us. So today, we celebrate many ceremonies, rituals, and services. Artistically for the glory of Natar. To this day, our music, our voices, our songs often tame the violent, beastly nature of all who would destroy or repress life. All right. Now we're going to page 35, pile 2. And this is about the womb circle activities. Okay. If y'all live in the same area with people that's practicing the sacred womb, or you go to, she actually has a workshop where she does these. Okay. So if y'all want to go to her workshop, y'all are more than welcome to do so, or you can form your own sacred womb circles. Okay. All right. Sacred altar for the womb circle is in your home. You have the privilege of setting up your womb altar. Each sister will want to add an offering, such as flowers, incense, or essential oils, or something sacred of her own to enhance the energy of the circle. Music. Open the womb circle by playing your musical instruments or singing or both to help establish the harmonious atmosphere of womb wellness. Purify the sacred space and yourselves by choosing one of these methods. Smudging the space and each other with sage, smudging each other with frankincense and myrrh in the little fireproof pot of charcoal, anointing each other's crowns, minds, hearts, spirits, and wombs, sacred seat with essential oils, lotus, lavender, sage, or frankincense or myrrh, anointing each other with blessed water for sacred cleansing. Repeat the womb circle prayer all together. May our wombs rest on the petal of the sacred lotus. Divine Mother, help me to open up within the sacred womb circle all that is buried within the womb of my mind and the womb of my heart and the womb of my sacred seat. May the stories that we share within our womb circles renew our wombs, lighten our hearts, and heal our minds. May we treat our womb circles in a sacred way and keep our womb stories within our collective making them sacred. May we commit to traveling this road of womb recovery without wavering, that we may restore our womb balance. Divine One, who is indwelling, I open myself up today for absolute womb wellness. May our womb circle reveal to us our sacred medicine that we may heal ourselves. I give thanks in advance for all the wellness that surrounds my womb and the healing and the peace that surrounds and protects our womb circle. Hitepu. Peace and blessings. Just being part of a sacred womb circle means that we are already healing in our bodies, our lives, and our environments. Perhaps you'll want to offer fruit or fresh flowers or applause as you receive or give support to the sisters in your circle who are able to stand up against womb abuse by self and others. And to those who do their best to follow the womb wellness diet plan, and to those who cleanse their colons so their wombs can be light as a feather. Divine wisdom dwells in the sacred womb circle. Okay. Nut, our celestial sky mother, or Newt. Newt is spelled nut, N-U-T, but it's pronounced Newt. Thank you, Spirit. Our celestial sky mother. This knowledge of our divinity brings us into the celestial arms of the Mother Newt and the grandmother and guardian of all the gateways. You cannot complete the now gateways of sacredness that she encloses until you first go before her. The celestial womb. In the original first written language, Mtu Natur, spoken by the ancient Nile Valley ancestors, the womb was called the kahat, which also means to hold or to keep or to catch. According to natural law, the sacred woman's wellness begins in the womb and spreads out from her center like branches of a tree. She ascends to strength or descends to weakness according to the conditions of her roots. In order to grow properly as a whole woman, we must spiritually return our awareness to our beginnings and draw our supply from the oldest spirit woman known to mankind and spirit kind, great grandmother Newt. Here is the prayer from her, from the, hold on, get my tongue right. Here is a prayer to her from the Partun Haru'un Gahar, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Grandmother Newt, grant that I may reach the heavens of everlasting and the mountain of thy favoriteness. May I be joined with the shining beings, holy and perfect. May I come forth with them to see thy beauties. Doubt, hold on. Getting blurred vision. Hold up, y'all. Alright. Okay, thou highness at eventide, and thou goest to thy mother Newt. Speaking from the celestial realms, Newt tells us, I represent the biggest aspect in women. I am Newt, womb of the universe. I was discovered by the first people of the Nile Valley, the Kahamites. I am the celestial mother who stretches over the entire sky. I contain within my womb all the trillions of stars and planets. I am the wombverse, woman whose arms spread across galaxies upon galaxies. I cover the entire universe. My arms spread far enough and wide enough to protect all my children. I am your guide and protectress. Those who come to me in their meditation experiences are reborn to divine consciousness. Look for me. My body is deep blue in color. And spangled with stars. I can shower you with pure inner peace. Within me resides all the answers of the universe and the answers you need in your world. I am the principle of the creator of womb-like form. Like upon me, I will give you absolute inner serenity. Spend time with me daily in your meditations, and you will heal your body and ignite your inner star so that you may glitter gold and silver bright, just as I do your mother. All of the woman folks have taken our turn on the birthing wheel. We have the grandmothers of Newt, the universal womb. Each one of us is a star of light. All the women that welcome you at the sacred womb gate, the ancestors, elders, and contemporaries, and representation of the countless manifestation of Newt Start being. These women, the spiritual midwives, you will discover as you move through the womb wisdom of sacred woman, will help you through your rebirth. And this is the movement of the way things go. You start at the bottom and you work your way to the top. And it's about moving through the gateways. The more you learn and elevate, the more you grow. The more you heal and release from your ancestors, the lighter you get, the higher you elevate. In the arms of the Sky Mother, a visualization. This is Sky Mother Newt. Here. For those that don't know. It says, daughters of Newt, which each ray of light issue to your womb. May you experience liberation as women. May you shine brighter and brighter as you meet your spiritual midwives standing at the gateway of our rebirth with their full skirts and cast iron pots and big bosoms, smiles. All right. Newt, the highest principle and reflection of the woman, holds the light to rebirth you into sacred womanhood. You start your womb healing. To start your womb healing, Newt speaks. Whatever state you're in, come to me. I, Mother Newt, will comfort you. Come fly with me. I will set you free. For I am the divinity that dwells within you. Look up to me at night or at dawn for the first moments, or as long as it takes for you to quietly still a vision of me into your mind's eye. And when peace, stillness, and light have spread throughout your entire body, know that you have been fed from my sky bosom. Gently close your eyes and sit very still and enter into me on a higher plane. See your stars shine brightly as the light inside wells up in you, and you become one with your celestial womb, sitting still in every breath, deep and deeper still. Sometimes when it's hard to take that breath in, you have to move your body. If you're not accustomed to taking those deep breaths in, sometimes you'll feel tightness. Okay? So sometimes you have to stretch so you can get all of it in. That's why they show her in a stretch position. You have to stretch it out to get all that oxygen in. Okay? And take those breaths, those deep, deep breaths. Get them deeper as you can get. The more you can get in, the better. Okay? Okay. See your inner stars renew themselves and shine brighter and brighter until all the dark spaces in you melt into a ball of light. Feel this heavenly wink. Hold on. I was going to say wrinkle. Feel this heavenly womb-like safe and peaceful state of light vibrating and emanating from within you, circling your body in a womb-shaped temple of light. Meditate daily with me, your sky mother, so that all the dark spaces in you become one light, one love. To energize your womb healing, hold a piece of lapis lazuli, which is a blue stone. I don't know what happened to mine. I had a very big chunk of lazuli, and I don't know what happened to it. It's gone. So I had to get these some more, okay? But it's blue. It's like a royal blue and tan and white, okay? If you don't know. Or moonstone, which is kind of clear. This is not. This is angel quartz. But it's clear. The moonstone will be very clear, okay? Some will be cloudy, but most moonstones are clear. It looks like quartz, but it's clear, okay? Like ice. It looks like a cube of ice. Sometimes hard to find because people always getting moonstones. So if you're lucky to find it, good. I've been looking for a name, but I find it. The piece I had is gone. A lot of my crystals are gone. I have to get them back. But yeah, moonstone is very clear. Okay, hold lapis lazuli or moonstone in your palms, and over your womb as you perform the Newt meditation. These stones are known to increase the infinite inner space of the heavenly spirit where Newt resides within you. Okay, so that's another diagram of Newt. I didn't see that. Your womb is God. Do you see that? Okay, that's why it's very important for y'all to go through these initiations and clean your womb, especially those who are stepping into leadership. Yep, I keep going. Okay. All right, next page y'all going to is 38, which all ties in because we started 35. It goes all together. So, thanks, B. Sacred time to begin the to begin the work of Gateway Zero, we must first align our bodies, minds, and spirits with a new sense of time. When you honor your sacredness, you begin to understand that all time is spiritual. When you live life in a more cosmic, timely, or organized fashion, you are more in tune with self, humanity, and the moon, sun, and stars. Time moves in a circle. It is ongoing and it never ends. Even at the end of life, when we think it's all over, it begins all over again. Our ancestors have said that life is eternal. I am yesterday, seer of millions of years in my name, traveling along the way of Haru, the light of truth. The sacred clock keeps on ticking. So use your time with complete awareness and as much grace and mindfulness as possible to gain the power, clarity, and wealth of oneness in the spirit that comes in the fullness of time. The more you are in tune with and respectful of time, the more you will be blessed by time. We use every bit of time all the time. Use your moments with as much wisdom as you're able. What do we do with our time will ultimately determine all the success and all our temptations. Time is filled with all kinds of choices. Please think first to make your choices wisely, for you will live with all your choices, good and bad, for all time. My soul has guided me to dance in the space of time to release the remains of a day gone wrong, or to dance in a space of time and praise because my inner soul is jumping for joy in my midday, or the dance or to dance gentle and easy because I survived yet another day with grace and ease. Prayers from the sacred times of the day: sunrise, midday, sunset, nighttime. Within the course of 24 hours, Ast, Isis, and her sister Nephians, our ancient African guardians, comes forth to greet us at their designated time of the day. Help us to maintain our spiritual, physical, and emotional and mental equilibrium, and remind us to use our time in the spirit of Mayat. All praise to you, Mother, Father, Creator, and Bestower of all times, the aspect and reflections of the Most High. Divine Creator, you have helped me to be in harmony with the seasons of time, with the time of day, the time of the moon, the time to eat, the time to feast, the time to fast, the time to rest, and the time to rise, the time of my womb cycle, and time to be intimate and nurtured. May I be in tune with the lessons of time and use it well with divine intelligence. May I keep time with the ebb and flow of my emotions so that I am able to maintain inner harmony. Nephet sunrise. Adorations to you, Nephet, you who appeared between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., the female guardian of the darkest hour before dawn, the balance between night and day. You appear at the earliest morning light, standing as the gatekeeper of this twilight time. Honor to you, Nebhet, the lady of the house and the sister of As, the lady of heaven. For living within us is as we tune into a new day, coming that we as women may carry our house, our body temples in divine right order. Nephet, ritual. The time of Nephet is the time that our melanin symbolic of our spiritual force of enlightenment flows strongest. During Nephet's sacred appearance at dawn, it is quiet meditation. You may place a purple or white prayer shawl over your head as you meditate on the cosmic sacred lady on the house, coming through you in a state of cleanliness and mayat. Upon the roof of her house, she is crowded with the bowl, representing purification, completion, wholeness. And at the gate of her house is the mayat feather of peace and harmony, which will touch and anoint you upon entry into your divine self. ring a bell to summon the heavenly host, that they may come around you within you. Burn incense of frankincense and myrrh to purify, to myrrh to prefer for a purified day. Ast, midday. All praises to you, Ast, the great mother. Time reflects through you as the brightest light of midday, when the sun is highest and strongest in the heavens, on earth and within us, giving us great vitality and vigor. Ask, I thank you for this potent charge of light from you. At the time of day you have set aside for many complete blessings. Beloved Creator, help me to stay in tune with time, to be on time with life, and with the commitments I make to be assured with the world of time. Het Haru, sunset. Het Haru, Hathor, the Lady of Divine Love and Beauty, makes her appearance with the setting of the sun. Our ancestors call her Hat, Hurt, Nebet, Amentet, or Hathor, Lady of Amenet. The Ameneta is the west, where the sun sets, and thus the place of renewal for the ancient Kemetic people. Het Haru ritual. During the hours of Het Haru, who is dwelling within you, become immanent with yourself. Take the Epsom salt or Dead Sea salt bath that includes aromatherapy oils or essential oils to enhance your inner beauty, your gentleness, for peace. Do not use any salts if you have high blood pressure or edema. Essential oils such as cinnamon, lotus, or lavender were used by the ancients for anointing and for sweetness. While in the tub, chant your own way to Hataru, Lady of Amentet, or Hataru, Lady of the Sunset. Repeat this hashi over and over again as the heat of the salt water and oils melt away all the challenges you may have experienced during the course of the day. While surrounded by the oceans of waters in your sacred tub, release all stress so that you may enter the night of sincerity. If tonight is the night you choose for divine lovemaking, allow Hetaru's beauty to come through you. Newt, nighttime. All praise to you, Mother Newt. Help me to look to you, the mother of our day star, the sun, and the stars of the night as they glide through the sky and maintain my inner cosmic clock. Help me to use time wisely, to respect the time given to me, and to respect the time of others, creators. Help me to see time as being as precious as my children. Help me to become more aware that time is to be cherished and well spent, like the good time that I share with my extended family. All I have is right now, this moment to make my life work. And this time right now is mine, and I give thanks. Help me to think before I set time and use time, for I will never again get this time back. May I use my time to heal, to build, to love, and to reason. Mother, Father, Creator, as the time of my age increase, may I be made glad. For only through my many years of living does wisdom grow. Knowledge is my flowers, and may my time be filled with memories of thankfulness and healthy seeds sown. Let me never waste my time, for it does not stand still even for a moment. Help me remember that cycles come and go, and no matter how hard things are right now, or how good they may be, nothing remains the same. Creator, help me remember that when the sun goes down and night falls in the hours of despair or quietudes to the grief, nor sweet solitary will last forever. In time, the sun will rise again, and joy and peace shall once again prevail. Heavenly Mother, Father, Spirit, when my time in this life is all used up and my clock finally stops, may I look back upon my life and reflect that my lessons have been well learned, and that the moments of my life were filled with goodness. May I leave a legacy of time well spent. And when I step over to the other side to reclaim to the other realm of my ancestors, may I keep celestial time with them. Now that we have entered into the concept of sacred time, we are ready to establish the rhythm of sacred clock throughout your 21 days of experience in Gateway Zero, the sacred womb, and through each gateway that follows. Honoring sacred time. All right. There's a diagram here. It's a sacred clock. I'm going to run through it briefly. I'm not going to give you all of it. I'm just going to give you the times. Crossroads, times of the day, acknowledged with prayers and meditation. Each crossroads of the day, from 4 a.m. to Nebhat, hours of power before dawn. The balance between night and day, 5 a.m. 6 a.m., sunrise, dawn, the coming of the day. 9 a.m., mid-morning. 12 p.m., Isis, hour of power, midday. 3 p.m., afternoon. 4 p.m., winter, Het Harus. Sunset, dusk, hours of powers, summer, 8 p.m. 12 a.m. midnight. A sacred woman should be asleep hours before midnight to get the best form of her rest. Newt's hours are healing and rebuilding. All right. and I'm past my bedtime. But that's working for the divine. Spirit, did I get a pass on this one? Because I'm up past bedtime, y'all. Normally I would be asleep, but you know. To reach a person, you have been hurt. Hold up. I think I skipped that part. I did. Okay. Oh, they want me to give y'all the Mayat feather. Okay. The feather of Mayat. We need to take sacred time every day to restore our inner balance and peace and to release everything that weighs down our hearts and our wounds and our spirits. One way to do this is to meditate with the feather of Mayat, a symbol of truth, harmony, and balance. Think of the hours of 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. as a time of Nehet. She is the lady of the house, the body, temple. And she is the lady of the heavens, the celestial body. Nehet also represents the spirit of intuition. At that hour, your melanin is pouring out of you, hearing things that you could not hear during the day. You're receiving visions that you could not see later on. And you connect with your dreams and receive messages. You begin to understand the depths of who you are, what you are, and why you are. It is the hour of Nehet that we drink pure water and herbal teas such as red raspberry. It is that the hour that we take our healing baths. And it is at that hour that Nehet will come and talk to us, to answer us. To welcome her, we must eat lightly and hold the light. If we're full of a dense, heavy dinner, we will not have the ears to hear her. Let's celebrate that spirit. Let's walk with a feather. All womb wellness workers must have a feather in their medicine bags. I got mine. I got a feather that I've been having ever since I started this, and I managed to keep up with it. I'm shocked that I still have the same original feather I got when I got this book. Wow. Because your feather is going to be the quickest way to lighten up your heart for illnesses. For illness happens when your heart becomes heavy. The ancient Kemet weighed the heart against the feather to determine the quality of one's soul. When your heart is heavy due to an accumulation of anger and pain and strife, it becomes imbalanced, and that's when tumors grow and cysts grow. And that's when you create 7 days of bleeding. When your heart is heavy, day in and day out, year after year, it begins to accumulate upsets that you may not even be aware of. Your body begins to be deeply imprinted with distress, and it becomes totally off balance. This is when the feather of Mayat can bring us the clarity we need to restore our balance, inner and outer. Recently, I had to put a feather on top of my head because I was in the spirit, because I had a business appointment that morning, and I got to wondering if it was okay to go to the appointment with my feather. Could they handle this? Did I have to change my looks to do business? I knew the person I was seeing quite well, and when I asked her if I should put away my feather, She said, no, be who you really are. And then she took out her medicine bag, which every sacred woman should have. So many friends opened up her little medicine bag. So my friend opened up her little medicine bag in corporate America. And she tells me to close my eyes. And she puts a little tiny feather in my hand. And I almost passed out. I was in such a state of joy. It was the most miraculous thing. It was a blessing from the head. For we cannot enter her house unless we come with the feather of Mayat. This is because we have to come to all our decisions through balance, righteousness, truth, and harmony. Mayat rules the lightness of the heart through the feather. We can check our hearts daily when we come out of the bath. We don't have to walk through our day with a heavy heart. All right. Yeah, 69. Okay. It's just popped out. I'm going to give it to you. I kept these all my tea drinking days. These gave me little inspirations to keep going. It says, in all things of nature, there is something of the marvelous. That came off one of my teas. And I keep them stuck. I told you, it's stuff stuck in my book. So much stuff done fell out my book. Well, I've been taking notes out of here and, little keepsakes. Try to keep up with them. They keep falling out. All right, my moon mirror adventure. Okay. Do y'all want me to give them all of this? No, they don't want me to give you all of it, okay? My womb mirror adventure. I was reluctant to explore my inner self with the womb mirror the first time. I kept telling myself I was too busy with other things. Then I finally said it's time. So I went into my bedroom, sat quietly, and opened my legs. I took the mirror and I looked at my womb entrance. My first thought was, I've been here before. Then I said, this looks strange. Oh, you need to be groomed. Do y'all see what she's doing? Instead of her being quiet and allowing her womb to speak to her, she is critiquing herself. She is judging her womb. Okay? Then I said, this looks strange. Oh, you need to be groomed. Okay, you need brushing. I got some olive oil and a little lotus oil, and I just oiled her down. I said, oh, Mother Newt, I've been careless. When I opened my lips, I thought, they're very pink. You two look so beautiful. Let me try to think beautiful thoughts about what I'm seeing. See there? Okay? Speak kindness over your womb. That's like when you do looking at yourself with the mirror practice. Instead of critiquing yourself, oh, my hair, I got something in my hair, or I got a pimple, or no, look at you. Allow your soul to reflect back to you what needs healing. Same thing when you do the mirror work on your womb. When I opened my lips, I thought, they're very pink. You two look so beautiful. Let me try to think beautiful thoughts about what I'm seeing. I also saw who came out, who was left out as I did this profound meditation. All the different feelings, the babies that came through, the pain I had experienced from period to infection to giving birth. You too will see different things in your womb. Some will be physical, some will be spiritual. The womb mirror reflection, self-reflection exercise will be your moment of truth. Your moment to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. I love you unconditionally. I love you even though in my ignorance. I love you when I didn't even know. I just love you. Ancestors touched my lip. They want y'all to let that sink in. There's a song on the Womb Medicine CD. Sacred Woman Womb Medicine songs. And it's about writing a love letter to yourself. I'm trying to remember the words, the melody. I haven't heard that. I have to get the CD back. I actually lost my copy. I wrote myself a letter. Oh gosh. I wrote myself a letter. Me and my babies used to sing it. If they was here, they could give me the words. Oh my gosh. I wrote myself a letter. And in that letter, it's an I love you letter. It's a beautiful song. Okay? If I find, I do have this CD downloaded somewhere in one of my files. If I can pull it up, I'll play it for y'all one day. Send that love to your womb. Even if you don't believe it in the beginning. Remember, your womb mirror reflections are also a reflection of your life. Upon completing this part of your sacred womb journey, smudge your womb area carefully, okay? Be careful. With sage smoke in the ancient Kemetic way by standing over a small iron pot, okay? I don't have an iron pot, but I have a shell. You can take the sage. Some of y'all, if you got like a little stool or a bench or a crate, you can break your sage up, or you can leave it burning in the bundle. If you break it up, I do a mixture. Sometimes I take frankincense and I break up the sage and I burn them together, the myrrh, and burn them together. If you don't have a little metal pot, like a little cast iron pot, you can order them online. But you can also get like these little shells. Okay? They work too. But our ancestors like to work with iron because the iron helps water away negativity. Okay? So that's why they call them for the iron here. Okay? But you burn that sage, and the best way is to keep it in your thing. Set it on a stool or something and you squat over it. No undies, no nothing. Okay? Squat over it and let it permeate. But you make sure it's smoking good. That's why I say you may want to break it up to get a good burn. Okay? With a small burning charcoal round from the botanica, over which you may have sprinkled sage leaves and twigs, or anoint the outer surface of your womb with lotus oil. So that's one oil I have not been able to find, lotus oil. So I've still been looking for that one. Okay. If y'all find it, let me know. Because I sure been looking for lotus oil. Okay, as you affirm and pray for your womb healing, be careful not to get the oil on the sensitive inner linings of your vagina. You want to do the outside, yes. Perform this womb ritual daily for 3 to 7 days until you feel totally at ease with your womb and until your womb has said all she needs to say on behalf of your womb wellness. I'm going to have to do this again because, I've done this before. I've done this healing. But encountering our divine counterparts, sometimes they come in negative energy, vice versa. Okay, or if you was out there dating because you're not in union with your partner, you've been out there dating, your womb needs cleansing and healing. Okay, this is something we have to maintain a practice of, which I can't say I have. So I'm gonna honestly say I am going to get back rededicated to this myself. I do the cleanses, I do the steams. I have been doing steams, but I really need to find this lotus oil. Our wounds are more important than we know. And when we detach from them, that's when we store a lot of pain. Okay? And not only that, if you're having sexual intercourse, whatever pain that masculine is carrying, you absorb it as well. Okay? So I challenge all of you to get this help. Do this mirror work on your wounds, on your yannis, okay? Even masculines, you can do this too. Cleanse your jed, honey. Get you some lotus oil and rub it on them royal, who's. Make sure it don't burn. Test it first, because All right? I always do a tester with the oils. Make sure it don't burn. But masculines, y'all need to do these spiritual baths and cleansings too. And change up these diets, okay? It isn't such thing as having toxic sperm. You don't have to have no XTD to have that's called a spiritual STD, baby. That's what it's called. That's what a spiritual STD is, y'all. When you're passing around unhurt woundings, okay? So that's why I'm very selective about who I let around my energy or in my energy. But that again, just like they say, when you have sex with one person, you're having sex with everybody they ever had sex with. Same thing about letting people in your energy. Whoever they've been hanging around with, if they don't know how to properly cleanse their energy, guess what? They're tracking the energy right on in with you, with them. So you got to learn how to spiritually cleanse yourself, okay? That's why all this black magic, especially if people been doing black magic on you, you definitely need to learn how to cleanse yourself, because that cleanse and purify that shit away. That's why these folks don't understand why the black magic don't work on me. Okay. Don't call me a mud woman for nothing. Okay? Anyway, I had to sip the tea on that one. I'm tired of reading, y'all. I'm going to be honest. I'm tired of reading to you. Go get this damn book and read it. I'm playing. I'm gonna keep reading. Spirit, don't be nice. Spirit says stop that. Can I stop reading, Spirit? No. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's a no. They said no. Keep reading. Okay, I'll keep reading. I'm taking a break. I've been reading for 4 hours. Shit. Shit. Yes, Spirit. I hear you. They told me be good. I've been bad. This is Spirit's way of washing your mouth out with soap. Taking that selenite. Cleansing. I'll be good. Alright, female reproductive systems. Gosh. Female reproductive systems. It is now time to explore the physicality of the womb so that we can make the inventory of what isn't in balance. By taking a long, hard look at what is not functioning properly, we can learn more about our bodies and begin to follow the path of wellness as informed woman of wisdom. The reproductive organs. The main female reproductive organs are the uterus, womb, ovaries, fallopian tubes, and vagina. The uterus is the hollow muscular organ that's 3 inches long, located deep inside the pelvic cavity. Ew, that's that thing to make you go, no. Anyway. I'm getting sleepy, Spirit. I'll be good. Hold up, y'all. Here I go. Whew. The uterus is the hollow muscular organ about 3 inches long, located deep inside the pelvic cavity. It houses the developing fetus, the clitoris. Oh, well, no, the cervix. Sorry, we're on the cervix. The neck of the uterus projects into the vagina. The vagina is a tube about 4 inches long that receives the penis and sperm and serves as the birth canal. Don't ask me why I had to sing on the penis, y'all. I don't know. The fallopian tubes, a pair of structures each about 4 inches long, join the uterus near the top. Their flared ends lie near the ovaries. The ovaries are paired almond-shaped glands that produce ovia, the eggs, the female hormones. After the ovum is expelled into the pelvic cavity, it passes through the fallopian tubes to the uterus. If the egg has been fertilized by a sperm, it implants to the wall of the uterus and gestation begins. All right then. So, okay, that's a side view. I was like, what am I looking at? I'm just going to let y'all look at it. Hopefully y'all know about your cooties. If not, you need to learn. Okay? A lot of people be amazed. There's a lot of stuff we don't know about our vaginas. Learn. Okay? Common manifestation of womb imbalance and illnesses. Menstrual health. Amenorrhea. I think I'm saying it right. There are many possible areas of primary and secondary amenorrhea. The absence of menstrual periods, including chronic absence of ovulation due to atomic abnormalities. Hypothelism. Oh my gosh. He pituitary, pituitary, pituitary dysfunctions, other hormones, systems dysfunctions, or genetic defects, I'm tongue tied. Hold on, y'all. Oh. Or genetic defects, excess exercise and stress, premature menopause, pregnancy. Oh shit. Hmm. Uh, Dysmenorrhea, menstrual cramps, often results from urine contractions during the ovulatory cycle, but a specific cause cannot be determined in either case. Two common causes of dysmenorrhea is endometrious growth and endometrial tissues. I may not be saying it right. Outside the uterus or fibroid tumors. Menorrhagia, I think that's how you say it. Excessive dehydration or amount of menses often lasts 5 to 10 days and accumulated and accompanied by pain and discomfort, and can occur with fibroids, endometriosis, or hormone dysfunctions. Symptoms and signs: bloating, weight gain, irritable, headache, depression, and edema. Sexually transmitted diseases: vaginitis, an inflammation of the vagina usually caused by bacterial or yeast infections. Symptoms and signs: vaginal burning or itching or discharge, a yellow or white flower smelling discharge. Bacterial vaginosis. Bacterial vaginosis results from overgrowth of particular vaginal bacterium. The prevalence of bacterial vaginosis is higher in African American women. Bacterial vaginosis has been associated with the use of some genital cleansings, douching products. It can lead to low birth weight and preterm delivery, premature birth. Chlamydia, a bacterial infection that occurs primarily in the cervix of women and the urethra of men. If antibiotic treatment is not prescribed, it can lead to infertility in both women and men. Genital herpes, a sexual transmitted virus that appears around the genital area. Symptoms and signs include burning, itching, and the appearance of painful blisters. There is no cure. Therefore, treatment is designed to relieve discomfort and prevent bacterial infections. Gonorrhea. You know what? On that herpes, I think that's some bullshit, because I heard there was a scientist doing some research that it's a certain food that you can eat gets rid of that shit. They don't want nobody to know that though. Oh, eh. Is it curable? They don't want you to know that though. Okay? Do your research, folks. It's amazing what food can do. One of the most common STDs, gonorrhea, the bacterial infection that causes infections of the glands and left untreated, it can cause pelvic inflammatory diseases, infertility, and ectopic pregnancy. Treatment includes antibiotics. However, there are some strains that are resistant to treatment. Syphilis, a bacterial infection that multiplies rapidly in the body. It it begins with the crankers in the genital area. Left untreated, syphilis can result to serious symptoms such as fever, headaches, to bone pain, to mental distortion, and even death. Syphilis can be treated antibiotics, but it cannot be cured. You must see a doctor for treatment. Reproductive system disorders. Why are we going through all this, Spirit? Is this necessary? Oh, I was supposed to stop. Oh, okay, good. Because I'm like, why are we in all this? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right. Yay. I'm like, wait, y'all want to know about some STDs? Look that shit up on your own. But they tell you some of these diseases not curable. That's not true. Go look at the food you eating. 89, the breast. Okay. Ooh. I done read so long, everything getting blurry. Hold on. Precious breast so big and round. What the fuck? I wasn't ready, Spirit. I wasn't ready. I'm sleepy, y'all. Precious breast so big and round, precious breast small and profound. You are the mountains and the great bills of my world. Great hills of my world. I shall meditate on top of my world and visualize my breast filled with vibrant sun energy. So some of you that's dealing with cancer, here we go. Divine feminines, here we go. The karmics too, shit. Sacred woman could not be complete without some mentioning of breast. The breast represents the woman's capacity to mother, and they're also one of the areas of powerful sexual attraction. So, why is it that men judge a woman by the size and fullness and uplift of her breast? I don't know why. This is because the breast represents the gift, okay, of nourishment and maintaining life. They are a sacred foundation of our divine energy for both our children and our lovers. Just as our bodies, baby suckle on our... I don't know why I'm blushing through this part. I just stop. Is somebody projected on me right now? Is it? Stop sending me those images, man. You're distracting me. Shit. Fuck. Okay. Let me gather myself. Somebody tapping in my energy. Breast for comfort and nourish. So our lovers reenact their desires to partake of the breast's sacred nectar. The state of the breast is... Do I really gotta read this? Y'all joking with me, right? Do I gotta read this? Yes. Okay. I'll read it. The state of the breast is related to the state of the womb and the hormones that affect the functioning of our wombs, interact with those that affect our breasts. This is why the same care and feeding plan presented in the Womb Wellness Cleansing Food Plan for revitalization and purification of our womb can also have a profound effect on our breasts. Yeah, that is true because I had, no, I can't share it. Sorry. It was part of my sacred circle. I can't share it. I'm sorry. Um, this is why the same care and feeding plan presented in the Womb Wellness Cleansing Food Plan for the revitalization of purification of our womb can also have a profound effect on our breasts. What will shrink? A tumor in the womb is just as likely to shrink a tumor in the breast. Of course, given the epidemic occurrence of breast cancer today, it's equally important for you to consult your physicians as well as to maintain your sacred woman approach of body temple wellness. The following suggests for natural breast care are the perfect complements of our approach in womb wellness. Is that it? No. I'm talking about with the breast. Okay, move to the next page. Thank you. All right, 91. Radical recovery plans for heavy bleeding tumors and constant menstrual pains. The following womb wellness plan promotes a rapid damage of toxins from the wombs over a period of 21 to 84 days, 3 to 12 weeks. Maintain a diet that consists of 50% green juice, purified and distilled water, and herbal teas specific to symptoms your womb experiencing. The remaining 50% of your diet should consist of green vegetables, preferably raw and or lightly steamed. It can also include light vegetarian proteins such as sprouts, lentils, and peas. For maximum results, fast from starch for all kinds during this period. Alright, so Spirit's calling for y'all to do a fast, Leo, to just pick power 2. Okay, y'all need to do a fast. Y'all need to do a vaginal steam, a cleansing, okay, and do some mirror work. Okay? Out the hell, child. My mouth is parched. I've been reading my ass off. But I got through it. I stopped procrastinating and got through it. So thank you, Spirit. Alright, so, alright, y'all. Told y'all going through initiation. Go get your book. Go get your books, okay? Alright, I'm out. Sending y'all peace, love, and light. I hope y'all get it together. Hope y'all keep it together. Hope y'all are happy. And I can feel my womb healing me. Peace, love, and light.